Hi there, everybody. Thanks for your time there. Welcome to Planning Committee B. We've got a number of items to get through today, so we'll try to make a good start on that. There's a little bit of housekeeping for everybody, first of all. So we're not expecting any kind of fire alarm. So if there is one, please just follow us to the exits and we'll show you the way out. Toilets are just to the rear. We'll take comfort breaks at the end of items for people to leave as members of the public, and also for comfort breaks as well. So that'll be the end of each item. Mobile phones to silent. You'll notice that some people have laptops and mobile phones out themselves. That's as we move towards paperless. So people are focusing on the committee. They will just be looking at committee papers as they come through. We've got several items of with public participation today. I just remind people to make sure they use their microphone when they come up. If you just come up and press the microphone button, you'll be able to see that that's on when it's on green. You'll have 3 minutes to speak when you are asked to speak. I'll just start the timer from when you start speaking, so don't worry about exactly when that is that you begin talking, and we'll pick that up. Yeah, I think that broadly covers what we need to cover there. Move on to the first item for declarations of interest today. Has anyone got anything they'd like to declare? Councillor Waters, first of all.
Just non-prejudicial interest in 4G, as I call that one in. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm predisposed on items 4A and 4B, so I will not be taking part in the debate or decision on those items, and will leave the room.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, similarly to Rachel, I'm prejudiced on items 4A and B, and will also be sitting out from any deliberations and decisions over those particular items.
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, application plans 4C and 4D. I will excuse myself. A member of my family works at St Paul's Nursery.
Yeah, thank you. Move on to the second item, which is the minutes from the previous meeting. Does anyone have any comments or changes on those before they're approved? No, in that case, we'll take those forward. Thank you. With the third item is public participation. Today we have Councillor Kate Revilius joining us on Zoom. She's actually joining to discuss items 4A and B and F. We've made an allowance because the items at the other end of the agenda, and she has an open evening this evening, so we've made an allowance for her to speak as part of this on the two items in that first section. So she'll be speaking on 4A, 4B and item 4F, which is the St George's Field car park applications, St George's Field car park listed building consent, and 4F, which is the Heslington Lane application as well. So Councillor Willis, are you there, and are you happy to start speaking when you're ready?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Lovely. All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at this point. I really appreciate that. So I understand the importance of the flood mitigation scheme, but I've been disappointed with the engagement and communication. In particular, the exploration of the demountable defences that were requested by the local community were only provided at the 11th hour, and they've been dismissed without allowing for any scrutiny. The community have been told that their boundary wall around them isn't an engineered flood wall, so couldn't have a demountable barrier placed on top. And yet, for the purposes of this planning application, that same wall has been assumed to provide flood protection to a level of 9.7 metres. There's a worrying inconsistency in the approach there, with implications for the cost-benefit calculations. And it's this kind of cherry-picking of data to suit the application that's undermining the trust and confidence that the local community have. If this application is approved, I'd like to see a commitment from the Environment Agency to continue to work with the Peckett Street community, that's flood cell B15A, on addressing the surface and groundwater flooding issues which aren't really recognised in this application, and to prioritise proposals that protect this community. Heslington Lane, I'm objecting to this planning application on the following grounds: harm to the Fulford Village Conservation Area, the overbearing nature of the development with a negative impact on neighbour amenity, and the failure to achieve a sustainable development. Council officers have judged that the design of the new building will enhance the conservation area with a unique and contemporary design. This is, of course, a subjective judgment, and I would counter that the proposed building will be highly damaging with a design that's severe, dominant, and completely out of character for the Fulford Village Conservation Area. It replaces a 4-bed bungalow with a 4-bed, 2-storey dwelling that takes over more than double the footprint of the original bungalow. The frontage of the new dwelling will present a wall of black wood, black stone, and glass, 35 metres in length and over 8 metres high. That's nearly 2 double-decker buses in height and 3 double-decker buses parked end-to-end in length. This is in no way subordinate to the dwellings that front onto Heslington Lane, and it'll have an overbearing effect on neighbouring properties with significant loss of amenity. Sustainable development. The NPPF requires that developments should ensure that a sufficient number and range of homes can be provided to meet the needs of present and future generations, and that developments need to protect and enhance our natural, built and historic environment, including making effective use of land, improving biodiversity, using natural resources prudently, minimising waste and pollution, and mitigating and adapting to climate change, including moving to a low carbon economy. The proposed development stamps all over the sustainable development objectives. It uses the land in a profligate way to create a luxury 4-bed dwelling, failing to serve the needs of an ageing population, provide affordable housing, or support the desperate need for accessible accommodation. This design includes 5 bathrooms, multiple indoor and outdoor living spaces, an outdoor swimming pool, and ample car parking, all of which will lead to high levels of water and energy consumption. Triple glazing, a heat pump and a green roof can't even begin to offset these kinds of energy and water needs, and this application represents the exact opposite of moving towards a low carbon economy. I urge the committee.
3 minutes, sorry there.
Sorry.
If you just want to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, so I just urge the committee to look closely at the NPPF requirements for achieving sustainable development and encourage you to reject this application on those grounds, along with the harm it will bring to the Fulford Village Conservation Area. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Due to being part of the initial public participation, normally we'd accept questions to speakers, but due to it at this stage, we can't on this specific time, but on future ones we will be able to. So thank you for your time, Councillor Villiers. Thanks. So we'll move on to the first planning items to give people a bit of understanding of what's going to happen here. The first one that we have up is St George's Field car park, which is both, first of all, 4A is the application, the full application. Second part is the listed building consent. We'll take the presentation and public participation together as one item, but there'll be 2 individual votes on both the full application and the listed building consent. They will happen individually, so you'll see that happen. When I invite speakers up, like I say, I'll have 3 minutes. I'll just should have done it then, but I'll make sure you've given a 30-second warning before the end of that 3 minutes so that you know that's coming up, and then I'll go from there. And you will have the opportunity to be asked questions by members, so please stay seated until they've had the chance to ask those questions, and then I'll let you go back to your seat. Joined today by Jonathan Kenyon for this item, and Jonathan, would you like to take us through the presentation for this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm just substituting for Gareth on this individual item. So we will run you through the presentation. As Ben said, it's items 4A and 4B, which are the full planning application and listed building consent for the flood mitigation measures in St George's Field car park and Tower Street. So I'll just take you through the slides and Rachel will provide you a commentary on the different components of the scheme.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Rachel Tyers, Development Management Officer. So we've got the aerial view there. So this is the flood cell F1. This scheme of work involves. So it's basically intended to complete the improved flood defence line from the Foss barrier within the St George's Field car park part of the site. The scheme involves raising by 400 millimetres and strengthening existing flood walls, so pre-existing flood walls which are attached to the pumping station. So I think Jonathan's showing on the marker the extent of the walls which will be strengthened and raised. We've also got, as part of this scheme, the the reprofiling of the access ramp, which will be done over a length of 50 metres. That's to gain the additional height that is needed to achieve the required flood barrier level. Aside from that, we've got a new wall, which I think that's where Jonathan's got the marker there, that will tie into Skeldergate Bridge and into the existing flood wall. It's a length of about 20 metres. The area that will be cut off by the new flood wall will be landscaped. It involves the loss of 9 car parking spaces, and it will also involve the loss of one fairly young tree. So that's probably the extent of the St George's car park works. Moving on to Tower Street, the scheme involves installing framework on either side of the road in order to deploy a demountable barrier to prevent water from the Ouse flowing across Tower Street and entering the Foss Basin. So the easternmost post would be attached to a new retaining wall in the embankment, just where Jonathan's hovering there with his marker. So there'd be a new retaining wall, 6 metres in length, 1.5 metres high, for the railing to attach to. And on the other side of the road, there'd be a rubber wall connection to the existing Skeldergate abutment walls. And then finally, there is a stop log, which would be formed at the entrance to Tower Gardens. It's effectively a floodgate into that existing entranceway. Oh, and lastly, just should say the strengthening of the abutment walls of both St George's car park and adjoining Tower Street.
So we do, in addition to this, we do have the specific drawings within the presentation of each element of the scheme, so we can flick through those briefly. I'm just conscious they're possibly a bit hard to understand on the screen, but we can focus on those at any point during the debate if required. So we've got this is the works in the car park and the increase to the walls. That's the ramp that goes into the car park where the height's been increased. It's the car park where the wall's been installed. The small tree by the lamppost is the one that's sacrificed for the wall. There's another perspective of that, the flood wall that's in the sort of black brick and red brick. Again, that's to be increased in height. This is the plan that shows the works in Tower Street. This alignment here is that wall that Rachel referenced. Some of the markings on the plan relate to the underground works, and the new barrier comes across here. That's a drawing of the wall, 1.4 metre high wall. That's a photo showing the location where the wall is proposed, just beyond that bus and the white van. That's the steps into the gardens, showing where the new barriers, the demountable barrier would slot in there. That's the location of that. And these are the strengthening works. It's a perspective of what the barrier would look like when it's in situ. That's it. So just go on to the committee update, which we've circulated for members.
Yeah, hopefully you've all had time to review the update. Basically, we've received 4, but very quickly, we've received 4 further representations since the agenda was prepared. Most notably, kind of raising comment that following the public meeting with the Environment Agency, further information hasn't been received as was promised. So in terms of modelling of the groundwater, for instance, and also it was agreed that the EA would consider whether the height of the wall at the bottom of Peckett Street could be raised through temporary barriers, and that hadn't been provided. I think that information was provided yesterday, the day before yesterday, so that has been received. Further updates just relate to paragraph 5.37 of the report, refers to the inclusion of conditions relating to details of the highway works on Tower Street and the submission of a method of work statement. These conditions aren't considered necessary as the works within the public highway or on land that CYC own or accessed across land that CYC own, and therefore we can secure those details through highways legislation. And just some amendments to condition 9. We've deleted the reference to trees being replaced within a period of 5 years. That's been amended to 15 years. And a minor amendment to condition 13, which is just requiring the details prior to first operation of the flood barrier rather than commencement of development. I think that's the extent of the
thanks,
update.
yeah. Just a quick clarification in terms of the trees where we've proposed to amend the condition, that's the element of the condition whereby once the trees are installed, if they're damaged or die, the proposal is for a 15-year period within which any such trees would need to be replaced.
Thanks, Rachel. I'll just mention this time as well, we're joined by Steve Ragg, the council's flood risk manager, for answering any questions that officers may have. Does anyone have any questions on the plans at this stage? Councillor Crawshaw, I'll just say as well that Councillor Crawshaw is joining as a substitute for Councillor Baxter, who's normally on the committee. If you'd like to speak.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. On the ramp on the way into St George's Field car park, currently I think there is a pedestrian access along that ramp as well as a sort of pavement area. So that pavement will be retained on the new proposed plan. I'll probably come back to some questions on that.
Yes, it will be retained pavement. Yeah.
So there will be retained pedestrian access through that route.
Yes, just at the same gradient, probably quite a neutral impact in terms of gradient, but there'll still be the pavement.
And then the barrier, the temporary barrier that goes across Tower Street, I don't know if it's possible to go to the artist's impression and obviously completely caveat artist's impression and all the rest of it, but just so I'm understanding it clearly, it's a temporary removable barrier across the road, and then is at that far end, is that then a permanent wall that is sort of from the edge of the pavement up to adjoining the buildings there?
Yeah, the visual I think is not entirely consistent with the reality of what's being proposed. But it's a permanent 6 metre length of wall.
Sorry, yeah, just it's that's great. That's the alignment of the wall there. So it's parallel to the building. The wall doesn't run from the edge of the defence to meet the building. It sits on that alignment there. That marking is underground.
Yeah, that's a seepage trench, isn't it?
Exactly. So that red line I'm hovering across, that's the alignment of the wall, and the alignment of the building is. Sorry.
Yes. So
Yeah.
it creates a vertical face running parallel with the court buildings that the new demountable defence will come into a perpendicular, and we'll be able to have something to tie into at that end. That's the theory.
Sorry, just a further point on that. So I'm sort of harking back to all of that work in Clementhorpe and everything that was done there, and I think this is of a lesser scale in general terms, but a lot of what was done there was about the underground work and the seepage beneath. But am I right in understanding that this location here, that there's not any great depth of sort of digging and I mean, was it grouting that we called it when it was just sort of filling it with concrete?
It was injection grouting at
That's the one, yeah.
It's a question for the Environment Agency, I think, to cover off, fully and factually. But yes, that's certainly the general situation. There's not that same connection with the river or groundwater as there would be in such as Clementhorpe.
Councillor Orrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to the pedestrian access to the car park, are there any proposals to improve it for pedestrians and for people with disabilities? Because it's very poor at the moment.
I think the Environment Agency said there'll be slight betterment because the gradient will be even, but no significant. No, it'll be a neutral impact in terms of the gradient. It was asked of the Environment Agency, and they put forward a statement as to
Just seems an opportunity missed. It's not improved.
Councillor Waters, please.
Just purely out of curiosity, have the Environment Agency been requested to attend? I just feel for Steve Ragg having to answer all
Sorry,
questions that really they should be answering.
they will be speaking as an applicant in due course, so there'll be an
Right.
opportunity to ask questions at that time.
Right, thank you.
In that case, if there aren't any other questions at this point, we will move on to public participation. Again, just remind people, 3 minutes, I'll give you a 30-second warning. There will be an opportunity to ask questions, and can I just remind people, there's no opportunity to hand anything to members of the committee at that time. It has to be presented in advance, and your 3 minutes will start from when you start talking about the item when you come forwards. First person speaking on this is Tim Budd. If you'd like to come forward, please. We can't do that, sorry, you'll just have to do the.
I haven't seen that my email that I asked to be circulated to members has been circulated. Could you please confirm that it was? It was in writing more than 2 days before the meeting was convened for today. Has that been done? If not, why not? And can it be made good before the end of this decision, before the decision is taken?
Our understanding on that is, I don't believe the email itself has been circulated to members, but we've summarised what was set out in the email in the committee update. So
it had to be circulated, please.
Yeah, we don't, if it's information that's put forward, what's happened is it's been put forward in updated information, which is what's been presented to members. So it's been collated in the way that any information that was put forward to the council would do. So that's fine.
It doesn't seem quite whole. When are we beginning the 3 minutes?
Whenever you start talking now.
Okay, now, okay. Well, this scheme will adversely increase flooding risk to 40 listed buildings in Y01. It is a huge disappointment for me, having taken valuable time previously out of my working week to participate in the consultation process in connection with this scheme, to find that we're actually here now in these circumstances, having previously been fobbed off and the whole scheme is being railroaded through the recommendation for approval without adequate thought, data, and consultation. Not having received a copy of the minutes of the meeting I attended, I'm very disappointed that we've leapfrogged into this position, and I would urge members to at least defer decision until sufficient consultation can be concluded. Also, I'm not having seen any opportunity to check or comment on the promised new data, which I believe was slipped in 48 hours before the deadline. Further modelling is required to understand what will happen in Peckett Street and what will happen to the 40 listed buildings or so that are under threat. As a result of this lack of consultation and the last minute nature of submission of details and data, I have no confidence in the recommendation of the planning officers, which are obviously recommending for approval. I would urge members to at least defer until common sense can prevail and we can analyse whatever they've submitted 48 hours before the deadline. I don't know much about engineering and water management either. It's ridiculous to me that the minutes of the public consultation meeting were published 2.5 months after the meeting, a mere 48 hours ago, before the consultation deadline, giving consultees no opportunity to comment on the inadequate representation at that meeting. Common sense and given adequate analysis and modelling will show that this scheme will cause a rise in the river level and will adversely affect properties in Peckett Street and the whole quadrangle. On Boxing Day 2015, the flood level came into the bottom of my mat well at the front door. It's very critical that to the millimetre how the ground floor could have been affected. It was literally millimetres below ground floor. It filled the mat well. Your scheme that you're considering today, I believe, is going to increase by millimetres and will affect my property without much doubt. The water level will increase if it can't escape elsewhere, as it has been doing for centuries. The water must go somewhere. It's common sense. There's a danger to flooding of that listed block, which is excluded by the demountable barrier, must increase, and this is against national policy. I would urge refusal by members, or at least a deferment, until true data and facts can be established and agreed.
That's the 3 minutes if you just want to finish up there.
Okay, well, I've spent 6 years trying to sort my listed building out, and in no time at all, we've leapfrogged into a situation where we're faced with approval with inadequate consultation, inadequate data analysis and modelling, and the process is flawed and will almost certainly lead to a judicial review in the event it's approved today.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just wait 1 second in case people have questions? That was the thing. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Yes, Councillor Crawshaw, thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming to speak to us this evening, Mr. Mudd. I just wanted to clarify just a couple of the comments that you made. So I don't know if you're able to sort of elaborate, but you mentioned there being 40 plus listed buildings that would be impacted, and I just wanted to clarify whether that there are 40 plus listed buildings within the area that does flood, or whether that's 40 plus additional buildings that you think would be impacted as a result of the changes. Because I appreciate the point that you're making about that you raise the barrier height and it causes the flooding potentially to go further up the street. And I just want to understand. Just pop your microphone on. Sorry.
So 40 is an approximation. My property is one of them, and raising by a number of millimetres will affect the ground floor, as it would have done on Boxing Day 2015. The only time it's been severely flooded was in 2000, when the Environment Agency told me at 11 o'clock in the morning that it had peaked. By 11 o'clock at night, it had come another 3'6", and my ground floor was entirely flooded, knee high as a minimum. And so this is the accuracy of the predictions, the data. It's terrifying that big decisions affecting so many households and businesses are being made on a whim almost. The data hasn't been analysed by my neighbours in particular are civil engineers, very highly qualified. And the comment I read earlier was that they would be ashamed if they had produced the report that the Environment Agency had for today. And you, gentlemen and ladies, are expected to make a decision based on this shameful report. Shame on you if you do approve it. Please at least defer it and consider it.
Thank you for that. Yeah, another question.
Yeah, and sorry, thank you. I mean, obviously, we'll get to debating and deliberating. We work within a framework of, officers make a recommendation, we have to interrogate it and then, go with the best that we have in front of us. I think just so that I'm clear on understanding, again, where you are and what your argument is. My understanding of this scheme, and I'll get some clarification from officers and others in a moment, is that this is the confluence of the two rivers, and so in some respects it's managing the flow between the two different rivers and how things go forwards and backwards as the different river levels rise and fall. So from your perspective where you are, the issue is the raising of the barrier heights, if I'm correct, at the top end of Tower Street and along there, and by raising the height,
it leaves us on the wet side. Yeah,
you on the wet side, it raises the overall height of the flood, and that's your concern essentially.
It's part of my concern. The other is the level of competence associated with flood defences. At the end of Peckett Street, there are 2 flood gates. They were not put in place this time. Water crept up the street systematically, cutting off my neighbour's holiday let. Sandbags and a ramp had to be constructed hastily as guests were expected. And eventually, after 2 hours after I phoned the council reporting this concern, a gentleman in a van came along, had a look round, phoned a couple of friends, colleagues, and reported that the gates had been found, but the guy who normally dealt with that sort of thing was on holiday. Well, we can't afford people to go on holiday and let us flood. The gates were left wide open. Water was pouring in at the end of Peckett Street. It was going to peak at 4.01. It didn't. It carried on up, just as I experienced on 3rd of November 2000, when it went another 3 feet 6. Well, if that had happened, they wouldn't be able to get the gates in, and the whole of Peckett Street would have been compromised, and other neighbours in Tower Street, the whole block would have been compromised.
Thank you for that. It doesn't appear we have any other questions, so thank you for your time and putting forward that information. The next speaker is John Dench, also speaking. Objection, if you come forward, please.
Right, well, my neighbour's covered most of what I wanted to say, so I'm just going to try and clarify a number of issues that is raised. I am also a resident of the area which will be adversely affected by this project. That's specifically the demountable barrier that's going to be put on Tower Street. Those who usually speak for the community are highly qualified civil engineers, experienced in handling major national projects, who regretfully, because of the short notice, cannot be here today. They have, however, submitted their analysis, comments, recommendations and objections to the planners, EA and councillors ad nauseam. Essentially, these criticisms fall into two parts. One on the proposed project itself, and second on the EA's reluctance to consider a wider, more appropriate project for the benefit of all residents. Now, what the EA did was they called a public meeting, called a second public meeting, promised to answer our questions, promised to provide data information, promised to provide a feasibility study, but which they didn't. This is over months and months. And yet, 2 days before the meeting today, you've heard, they put the results, which are pathetic, onto the council portal. These have been mentioned already, but what has not been mentioned was at the second public meeting, we had residents storming out in disgust. That gives you an understanding of the feeling amongst the residents here. Now, what I'm going to cut through to now is that I understand and recognise that these planning committees are generally a fait accompli in that you have to stick strictly with what legislation allows you to do, notwithstanding misinformation the applicant may put before you and their incompetence in putting together the application. So let's turn to the two cruxes parts of this application. We've already touched upon one, and that is the water that will come back into our catchment area if the barrier is put in place. The barrier is being put in place to stop the water going into the fosse, because the fosse pumps will not be able to deal with the quantity of water which goes into the fosse from our catchment area. What that means is that there's thousands of gallons of water are going to be retained in our catchment area. And I don't care how the EA wrap it up. We are going to have water in our catchment area, which is going to increase the flooding. The water will not vanish into mid-air. Now, as I'm running out of time, I'm going to quickly go on to the second example. And that relates to the feasibility study, which has just been published or put on the portal by the EA. It's an absolutely appalling document. Our professionals have had a chance to have a quick look at it, and they are really derogatory on the way that this has been submitted. But I want to just quote you.
Sorry, that is the 3 minutes. If you just want to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up now. Is that in this feasibility study, which the EA has submitted, under the section titled, "What are the criteria for the use of demountable defences?" it says there must be support from the local authority, partner organisations and the community for their use. I note that there's no community support for this. There's no community support for this tower demountable barrier.
Thank you. Sorry, stop there. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? No. Thank you for your time. It was helpful to our information. The next speakers are ward councillors Rachel Melly and Tony Clark. who's speaking today, and they will be sharing the 3 minutes. I'll just let you sort of get yourself settled and then get ready to speak when you can.
Yeah, we've been contacted by at least 3 households in the last few days who said that they would have come to speak at the meeting, but they just can't face it. This would be their 3rd public meeting of speaking, asking questions, raising concerns, and not getting answers, not having their concerns addressed. And they just couldn't face doing it again. So we said as ward councillors we'd come along, and we haven't really prepared a speech as such, or, you know, kind of 3 minutes, but we've selected some of their outstanding concerns and questions to just kind of go through and make sure the committee are aware of them. So I've brought my laser pointer, I'll point at the ceiling, and then actually doesn't reach, does it? Okay, never mind. I just want to point out where the houses are, the properties that are the concern. So yeah, the purpose of this application is to prevent floodwater from the Ouse from going into the Foss Basin and then either backing up the Foss and flooding properties up there, as happened in 2015, or basically just being pumped round in a circular way, pumped from the Foss into the Ouse, and then the Ouse drains back into the Foss and pumps round and round. So the principle of protecting properties up the Foss, which actually includes my property, I fully support. The problem is exactly where this barrier is being put, which puts about 50 homes on the wet side of the barrier, 50 homes, many of which are also listed buildings which need to be protected. It means that those properties, when floods do happen, are likely to be flooded for longer. Water will do more damage if it's left there for longer. It's likely to be deeper. Yeah, because the water is being contained on that side of the barrier instead of draining away as it otherwise would do. And as we've just heard from people in those homes, just a few millimeters or a few centimeters higher can, yeah, cause devastating damage that otherwise wouldn't be caused. The Environment Agency have argued that by the time the floodwater reaches the height that these barriers would be used, those properties would be flooded anyway. But they wouldn't all be flooded. This could cause some properties to be flooded that otherwise wouldn't. It could cause those properties to be flooded for longer than they otherwise would have, flooded deeper than they otherwise would have. And that minimal impact hasn't actually been quantified. The assessments haven't properly been done. My other concern is that this also means that those properties are less likely to be protected in the future. I feel that it just kind of condemns these properties to always be on the wet side of the barrier, because in the future, when we're looking at doing defences that would protect them from the river, if the barrier was moved to protect those properties now, the benefit of that would be all the benefits of this application, and it would have the added benefit of protecting these properties. Whereas in the future, I just think those defences will never be put in place, because the cost benefit analysis won't include the benefit of protecting the properties up the Foss. It will only include the benefit of protecting these properties, and I just feel it makes it much less likely that those defences will put in place in the future. It leaves residents to spend huge amounts of personal expense on protecting their property individually, rather than them all being protected together as a flood cell.
Thanks. Okay.
I didn't give Tony a chance, Councillor Clark, a chance to talk.
You both have the opportunity to ask any questions if people do have questions. Councillor Crawshaw, I'll let you ask first.
Thanks, Chair, and maybe I should put this to Councillor Clark. I don't know. But, I just wondered if you could just, because I think you were sort of starting to describe where the properties were, and then you sort of moved off from that. So just so that we're clear, and I don't know, Jonathan, whether you can use your pointer to sort of highlight where either of the councillors are suggesting, but the properties that you're saying are on the wet side, is it all of those within that sort of square that we can see effectively?
Yeah.
And so is your contention that more should have been done to look at a barrier wall that kind of went along the riverfront itself? Is that essentially what they do?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, and I think it's worth kind of noting as well that this scheme actually leaves the residents of those particular areas worse off, because it actually reduces their protection from 5 metres as recorded at the Viking Recorder to 4.7 metres. So previously, the defences have been increased by sandbagging, which will no longer be done due to various kind of reasons. So in terms of the actual flooding, those streets will be flooded when it reaches 4.7 rather than 5 meters, which is what was established or has been established or historically has been the protection. It's also, I think, worth noting that wall is not been adapted. So it's assumed that it will withstand flood defences, but there are no further kind of intentions to improve that wall as well, and that is one of the major factors that I think some of the residents are concerned about. That there's no work, and it needs, I guess, at least checking to see if it will withhold flood waters going forward. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Thanks. Yeah, Councillor Fenton, please.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could say a bit more about the way in which residents are unhappy about the consultation events, activities that have taken place, and how that hasn't allayed their fears, and also whether, reading through the papers, it seemed on reading to be as much about deficiencies with existing flood defences as it is an issue of potential increased flood risk as a result of the proposed scheme. I wonder if you could just say a bit more about that, please.
Well, I suppose the issue with deficiencies in current flood defences is that this, I think, really reduces the chance of them ever being improved in the future, because of what I said earlier about that cost-benefit analysis. Any improvements to those flood defences in the future will only be about protecting those roughly 50 properties, rather than protecting those roughly 50 properties and also protecting the 600 or so properties up the Foss. In terms of, the kind of public consultation, it started before we were elected as Guildhall councillors. We're all new to the ward. So the first public meeting was before we were elected. We've been told that the concerns, questions were not addressed, were not answered. There was still a lot of distress for residents about what the impact would be on them. And so eventually the Environment Agency did agree to hold a second public meeting, but it was with less than a week's notice. It was during the work day, so a lot of people couldn't go. The Environment Agency did agree to produce notes from the meeting, all the information that was shared, all the questions that were answered. But that public meeting was in August, and those notes were only published 2 days ago on the 13th, and they were, as far as I'm aware, only put on the planning portal. They weren't actually sent to any local residents. It was on the day of the deadline to register to speak, so it wasn't actually useful in any way for residents to look at the information, assess it, draw any conclusions, submit comments based on it.
Sorry, I think it's worth adding as well that in the original calculations of floodwater and the effect that it will have, that the groundwater levels were not taken into consideration. And one of the things that the Environment Agency did say that they would do in that August meeting would rerun those calculations, taking into consideration groundwater levels, which is a major issue for the residents in the ways in which the properties are flooded in Peckett Street and South Esplanade. You should have mentioned South Esplanade and Friars Terrace, which are the houses that run along the front of the river there. So those calculations are going to be redone, and to date they don't seem to have been run, and they don't seem to have been considered in the new in the latest kind of information that's been uploaded to the portal.
The recommendation from officers to approve is based on the public benefit of improving flood resilience outweighing the harm to heritage assets. But in my view, the only flooding kind of assessment done is of the residents who will be protected up the Foss. It doesn't include an assessment of the flooding impacts of the properties next to the Ouse. And in terms of the harm to heritage assets, that's only looking at things like the court building and the tower, and not taking into account the impact on the listed buildings next to the Ouse. I don't see, in my opinion, how the committee can approve this application without having that information of what the flooding impacts are going to be, what the impacts on listed buildings are going to be, because that assessment just hasn't been done.
Thank you. Doesn't appear we have any questions, so I'll let you take a seat, but thank you for your time. Of course, yeah, thank you. We'll come find you. The final speaker is Mark Fuller, speaking from the Environment Agency in support as the applicant, and I understand you have some additional people with you in case they're answering questions. Is that right? Yeah, that's fine. People answering questions, if you want to come up now so that you can answer questions when they're raised, that's fine. If you want to come and join at the seats, or once you go. Yeah, please feel free to start speaking when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. The Foss Barrier is a state-of-the-art flood relief structure that reduces the risk of flooding along the lower Foss corridor. The improvement works that have taken place since the floods of 2015 means that the pumps can now discharge almost twice the volume of water than the old ones did, and the newly installed barrier gate reduces the risk of floodwater from overwhelming the station and compromising its operational ability. The works that the EA are proposing in this planning application is the final part of this upgrade project. It involves raising the height of the existing flood defences in St George's Field car park and making improvements to the temporary flood defences across Tower Street, both of which will stop the used water in extreme floods from overwhelming the Foss Barrier pumps. With this in place, the Foss Barrier will reduce the risk of flooding to 1,600 homes, many businesses and critical infrastructure on the lower Foss corridor. The flood risk assessment that accompanies this planning application assesses the impact of the works it might have on other areas of the city, and it has concluded that it will not increase river levels when compared against the current situation. This includes both the raising of the flood wall in St George's Field car park and the deployed of proposed line of demountable defences across Tower Street. The Environment Agency has received several objections to this planning application, which are focused on the installation of the demountable barrier across Tower Street. I would like to confirm the following. The proposed demountable barrier across Tower Street is a direct replacement and performs the same function as the current sandbag arrangement that has been part of the EA's emergency response plans for extreme floods since the Foss Barrier was built in the 1980s. The new barriers will comply with the EA guidance on how to manage temporary flood defences by providing a far more robust barrier against the floodwater, which will be quicker and safer to install. The trigger level for deploying them will be the same forecast level as is used for the existing sandbag arrangements, and they'll be erected in the same position. It should be noted that they won't be deployed until after the City of York sandbagging and pumping operation at Tower Gardens and Peckett Street have been overwhelmed. Our studies show that the proposals have no impact on drainage and no perceptible impact on groundwater in the surrounding area. The transfer of risk modelling that was submitted in the planning application and accepted by City of York shows no material change in river levels when compared against the current situation. We have liaised closely with City of York Council to consider the impacts of the works and minimise any disruption that they may cause. In addition, we have sought to minimise any impacts that the scheme will have on the Grade 2 listed Skeldergate Bridge and the scheduled ancient monument of St George's medieval chapel. In summary, when complete, these works will allow the Foss Barrier to reduce the risk of flooding to 1,600 homes and businesses along the lower Foss corridor, both now and well into the future, when we can expect to see bigger floods caused by the impact of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We'll have a number of questions, I imagine. I'll start with Councillor Waters, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do apologise for missing your names off there. It was buried amongst all the other speakers. I'm just at a loss with this, that all this process sort of started in when 2016, 2017, all this consultation, and yet you're at a meeting like this and you've heard the concerns of people that in theory you've been consulting and communicating with all these years, and there's even the threat of a judicial review being raised this evening. How have you ended up at such an impasse where people aren't confident that what you're proposing is not going to put their properties at serious additional risk?
This is a very separate element of the Foss Barrier works and the Foss Barrier works that have been done so far. The Foss Barrier works is all about pumps and all about the technology and all about the building of the gate and everything in there. This moves outside of that envelope into Tower Street. And it's all part of the Foss Barrier works, but it is in a geographically different location, which is why it had to be done at the very end of the project, where we had to focus on getting the Foss Barrier working to repair the damage that was done in 2015, the emergency works. But now that is finished, everything's working. The Foss Barrier is working now to protect homes and businesses in York at this very moment. But this separate element of work had to be brought in at the end of the project, and the works across Tower Street are necessary for it to perform its function on those extreme floods. I certainly put my hand up and say our engagement on this hasn't been well received. We've worked well throughout the city on other projects. I'm very proud of the work we've done with residents, but we've not managed to appease people in this cell the way we have in other cells, and that's something that we'll take away and try and learn. But we're confident that the flood risk assessment is showing that there's no perceivable increase in flood risk in this area.
Yeah, well, I was going to refer to the top of page 18, which you obviously haven't got in front of you, but therefore the EA contend that the new demountables at Tower Street will have no impact on the operation and effectiveness of the existing Peckett Street and Tower Gardens defences. Is there any way of giving those residents a little more confidence as to that contention with, for example, some form of financial compensation if that contention proves to be wrong?
Well, the flood risk assessment was developed with modelling. There's experts who deal with these flood risk assessments, and they have all the data and they make their assessments. I'm not a flood risk modeller. I use the outputs of these models to make decisions, and it's experts that do this modelling that have said time after time that this bears no increased risk of flooding compared to the current situation of having the sandbags across the road, which is what we did in 2000 and what we would do in bigger floods in the future. So this is just a replacement of an existing situation.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure we can ask speakers about financial contributions outside the planning system. Sorry, Councillor Waters.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the attractiveness of a scheme that's supposed to protect another 1,600 properties. But if it's at the expense of cutting 40 or 50 properties and saying to them, well, unfortunately, you're going to be in a worse scenario, I do think it is a matter for this planning committee.
No, that's to be understood. Thank you. Sorry, I had a couple of speakers first. Councillor Crawshaw, are you waiting to speak still? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of different questions, and again, thanks for coming to speak to us this evening. In April 2011, the public sector equality duty came into force. That requires all public sector bodies to pay due regard to the Equalities Act. The funding that came forward for this scheme, I think, came in about 2016, 2017. So a number of years after the public sector equality duty was in force. And yet in the papers and in your statement that was provided, it says that the reason why the ramp access into St George's Field doesn't meet the inclusive mobility guidelines is because you didn't have enough funding for it. So could you explain how the Environment Agency met its due regard for the public sector equality duty in not requesting suitable funding to ensure that the access was improved? Because the public sector equality duty is very clear that you have an obligation, a requirement to advance equality of opportunity between persons who share relevant protected characteristics.
I can't comment on that particular act in the Environment Agency. What I can say is that we did consider increasing the ramp to make it more acceptable. That's what we wanted to do. That's what we went in thinking this is a betterment that we could do. But it was going to increase costs massively. It was going to lose car parking spaces. The physical size of that ramp increases so hugely the minute you try and put it into a 1 in 20 or 1 in 15 to increase ability across that ramp, that it just made it very, very difficult for us to reach the conclusion.
So I think that there is a question perhaps for a committee to consider, but there is a legal obligation for the Environment Agency to have considered and given due regard to the.
It was considered, it was given due regard. There was a lot of discussion with City of York over it, and there was a reason why we couldn't do it.
Sorry, I'll just jump in there as well. So my name's Sam Crutchley as well. Another reason which Mark didn't mention as well was the considerable loss in flood storage volume as well of that ramp pushing out further into St George's Field car park. So the a shallowing of that gradient to a 1 in 20 significantly pushes the toe of that access ramp out almost to where the kind of recycling bins are and where the bus park is in the car park at the moment, which then results in a major reconfiguration of the car parking spaces in the car park, in addition to flood storage loss. And again, as part of that statement, we tried to make clear as well that it was our understanding that a more formal pedestrian route is still maintained through Skeldergate Bridge, through Tower Gardens, which is the kind of ground routed pedestrian route from that car park.
I mean, I think, again, we may want to consider deliberation on some of this, but the volume of the floodplain in terms of cubic meters is I imagine into millions. I mean, the 600 tons a second comes underneath the bridges when the river's in full flood. It's huge numbers, and the volume of a ramp will be, 0.0001% of that floodplain. So I think that does feel a bit spurious. But even within that, if you can't maintain the 1 in 20, the guidance is that for every 500 millimeters that the ramp rises, there should be a level section. So it's not that you have to go to the full 1 in 20. If you can't maintain the 1 in 20, you have to build levels into it. So you can reduce it quite significantly if you need to. Again, it doesn't feel to me as if any real regard has been given to the public sector equality duty, because we've accepted, I think, that what's currently there is not accessible. What's proposed is the only improvement seems to be that it's a continual rise rather than a sort of a wobbly rise with some sections being 1 in 7. Could you explain why you haven't even at the very minimum put in some level sections?
I think the challenges we had there is the location of it. If you were to shallow up the ramp to make it from a 1 in 10 to 1 in 20, or put horizontal sections in, then you're pushing the crest of that further in towards the car park, because you haven't got much space to play with between Tower Street, the access to the Foss barrier, and the height, the new height that the barrier has to be. That pushes everything very much into the car park, which would involve a whole new car park design, just at a time when you're trying to squeeze a lot out of that car park. That wasn't the only consideration, but that was one of the ones that made it technically very difficult. And there was discussions with City of York Council at the time, and I can't remember the detail of those discussions on those challenges and the reasons why we weren't going to address those as part of this development.
Okay. I do have a second line of questions, but I'm happy to sit back if there's others, and then
Councillor Fenton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the public speakers have suggested that if this scheme were to be approved, it would make it far less likely that there would be further improvements in flood defences, specifically to improve the protection for the 40 properties that were mentioned earlier. So I really wanted to ask whether this scheme does make any future scheme to protect those properties less likely, and also what consideration was given to a bigger scheme that would have protected those 40 properties in addition to the 627 that it's aimed at protecting.
The Environment Agency's looked at protecting this area of York many times over the years. I think 1990, when I looked through the records, we first looked at ways of trying to protect South Esplanade, Beckett Street and the various areas. It was looked at again in about 2003 and then 2006. And then we looked at it again as part of the York Flood Alleviation Scheme back in 2016. We did our initial assessments. Everything said the same thing. This is technically a very challenging place to protect, and therefore a very expensive place to protect. And the cost benefits just didn't stack up for it to be taken forwards for a full scheme. We had money to spend on flood defences in York, and it was our duty as spending public money to get as many properties protected by that money as possible. And this didn't meet the criteria for that. We did find other places in York where we could spend the money and we could get the more properties, but it really does come down to this cost benefit value. It's a very challenging place to protect, and there's a limited number of properties that are going to benefit from it, and therefore the ratio just doesn't stack in our favour.
I'll just build on that.
So in terms of cost benefits, it's not a case we don't want to put a scheme in. We spend all our time looking at schemes all the way through the city and bringing those forward. Fundamentally here, we don't have a viable cost benefit scheme. So to meet Treasury rules, we have to have a cost benefit ratio of greater than 1. As Mark said, we've looked at that over the years and again more recently as part of the scheme, and we can't find a scheme what meets that requirement. So we can't pass that hurdle of funding for that scheme in that area. We'll continue to discuss and look at options. We'll continue to do that, but we currently don't have a scheme what meets that requirement. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Bassey, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a simple question, really. You mentioned in your statement that the demountable barrier is proposed to be placed exactly where sandbags were placed previously. I have to say in 2015, I took lots of photographs of this area and cannot remember any sandbags being there at all. Are there photographs of the sandbags in place, and why were they not part of this application to help us contextualize what you're proposing?
The sandbag arrangement has been there since I started the agency back in 1996. It would have been there since the frost barrier was first built. That's been identified as a low spot. Tower Street's been identified as a low spot, and the way of dealing with that was to put sandbags across there. Now, you only need that in really extreme floods. They were deployed in 2000. I do have photographs of them in 2000 where they were deployed across the road and they had water against them, and they stopped water getting into the Foss Basin, and that's why we didn't see any major flooding along the Foss corridor in the 2000 floods, which is the highest floods on record. They could have been deployed in 2012. They could have been deployed in 2015. But we must have looked at it. We had the conscious decision looking at the forecasts and looking at the river levels, and we had people on the ground. They weren't actually needed to be deployed because, like I said before, this is a really extreme flood where you need these demountable defences, either the sandbags or the demountables. It's only a very, very extreme flood. There's only one occasion in history, in recorded history, where water would be at the bottom of these defences.
Thank you.
Councillor Cross, I just have questions.
Thanks, Chair. So I think possibly in a way building on some of what Councillor Fenton was sort of pushing at. Obviously, we had actually quite a lot of conversation, didn't we, about the Clementhorpe scheme, and you know, I know in advance of that scheme going to planning and then building out, there was a lot of similar sorts of conversations that were going on. And just as an aside, I would say, from the point at which the decision was made to go ahead and the conversations that then happened with ward councillors about the actual construction side of things, it was very positive. And I would hope that if the committee was minded to approve and you reach that point, that you'd do something similar with the ward councillors sort of on the construction side, going forward, because I think that was helpful. One of the things that we had in Micklegate was similar cost benefit analysis type stuff on, I remember the original scheme was much more significant than what was ultimately built, and there were some areas where the decision was taken to look at property level flood resilience, and I haven't seen anything that mentions that within this application, but I'm just wondering whether that is something that has been explored in some of the areas that are at risk of potentially being impacted by this scheme, and if you could just elaborate on that at all.
Yeah, you're quite right. Property flood resilience measures have been offered to residents throughout the city in places where we can't offer formal flood protection, and I believe they have gone out in this particular area. Residents will have been communicating with us, and flood resilience measures will have been offered to ones where it's appropriate.
Are there any other questions at this time? No. In that case, thank you for your time. If you want to take a seat, we'll move on there. Before we move into discussion, does anyone have any questions for officers? Councillor Hollier, please, to start us off.
Thanks, Chair. So I've heard obviously from the residents that there's a concern about additional flood risk to their properties. And we've heard from the EA that they don't believe there's any additional flood risk. The council's view I read as being slightly sort of hedging of bets, in that they sort of accepted the EA's view, but also a kind of proviso to continue working with residents and that side of things, is the sort of quite clear view that there is no additional flood risk.
Thank you, councillor. It is a very, the area of contention is clearly the area where residents feel they're on the wet side of a defence. The Peckett Streets, Friars Terrace, Tower Gardens area. It's a very complex area in how it floods. There is an existing flood defence line along the riverside, which is a retaining wall. If you've ever walked down the river there, you've got a high retaining wall to the side. And that was made a little bit more resilient back in 2008 and 2010, I think, when the works finally went in. And there are defences put in place there by the council, and that did raise the standard defence slightly. But that does overtop in floods, and it has overtopped in quite a few floods over the last 10, 15 years. And water does enter into that community. There is also water coming in towards people's properties, groundwater, surface water issues, even before that defence is overtopped. It is a complex interaction behind there. But what the Environment Agency have modelled, and this is modelling that's available to the Environment Agency and made available to us via the flood risk assessments, they've modelled the fluvial flows that come over, the river flows that come over, the predominant risk that comes over. And they have looked at it in a rather narrow way, because they haven't modelled groundwater and surface water as residents have raised. But they've looked at the levels and concluded that given the height of the bottom of that defence on Tower Street, and as Mr. Fuller said there, that's only been deployed once in November 2000. It's not been deployed at any other time. That actually, once floodwaters do get to the base of that structure and start to potentially pond or potentially build up behind it, there will be a predominant flood risk in that area. Now, whether or not every single property is flooded, there have been some quite binary statements from the EA. If you look through lots of the comments that have been posted as part of the plan application, whether or not it's as binary as all of those properties have commenced flooding at those levels is very difficult to say, but there will certainly be the onset of flooding to quite a few properties behind there as that demountable defence would come into action. However, because we can only assess what's put in front of us, we're not refuting that there is a risk to the Peckett Street community, the Tower Gardens community, and the Friars Terrace community. And the Environment Agency clearly need to do more work to assess that and appraise that. That's a given, and that's not being refuted, but we can only assess what's put in front of us. And that this is formalising something that is already within their plans. And their transfer of risk modelling suggests that it doesn't make flooding worse than it is now. We have to take heed of that. But it is a difficult assessment, it is.
Yeah, you can go again, Councillor William.
So is that we accept there probably isn't any additional risk, or deeper, longer. We think there might be, or we can't tell.
I think given the level of detail given to us, we accept the Environment Agency's assessment.
Councillor Fenton, did you have a question? Yes.
Just on the issue of groundwater, which is mentioned in paragraph 5.8, there's talk about a complex interaction of service and groundwater flooding. Has any assessment been made either by the council or the EA as to any potential adverse impacts that might arise in terms of surface and groundwater flooding as a result of the proposals that are being put forward?
Yes, Councillor. As the Environment Agency said briefly in their representation just now, they don't believe that there is any significant amount of groundwater and surface water flows around the location of the demountable defence. As for whether or not you know, they could categorically say they fully understand how that occurs within the location of the properties. No, there's been no assessment of that. The assessment that the Environment Agency have tabled here is predominantly based on fluvial issues.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Again, a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, you know, and it's about the public sector equality duty. I know at page 24, 5.34, and sort of on, there's references to public sector equality duty, and there's a statement from the Environment Agency. And then at 5.36, it says officers are given due regard to the aims of the Act. Beyond receiving this statement, what have we done to actually ensure that as a local authority, we're doing everything that we need to do to ensure that we're taking forward this requirement to advance equality?
We've looked at the various reasons as to why they couldn't provide betterment, and it's been put in the balance of the benefits that the scheme would provide in terms of flood risk. So and the impracticalities of, you know, the technical difficulties outlined by the Environment Agency tonight as to why it couldn't be achieved.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we've, in the same way that members have done so this evening, we've challenged the Environment Agency and asked the question as to is it deliverable, the enhancement that would ideally be sought, and that's we've firmly been given the response that this is the scheme and we have to assess it on its merits, and as Rachel says, taking into balance all the different considerations, and that the situation isn't being affected in a negative way. We've overall come to the conclusion that it's not grounds for refusal.
Okay, and just as a point of clarity, so that one of their contentions is that the access that comes underneath Skeldergate Bridge there is fully inclusive. It's thankfully reasonably rare that the river floods enough to flood St George's Field car park. It's quite a lot more frequent, I would say, that it floods as far as Tower Gardens, the walkway there. So when that walkway is closed, does the car park close at that point, or is the car park still open and accessible?
I understood the car park was closed when the levels there were flooded. Do you know, Steve?
Pretty much at the same time. So, for example, now the river's at 4 meters and the car park's got a full covering across it. It doesn't start to flow onto there as it immediately flows onto the riverside footpath, but it's closed pretty much at the same time, Councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I was just, you're possibly going to answer the question that, or anticipate the question I was going to put to you, which is just to understand clearly, because paragraph 5.36 of our report, and again at 6.4 in the conclusion, it says that the public sector equality duty is taken as part of the material considerations, part of the planning balance. Now, my understanding was that actually a failure by a local authority failure to comply with the public sector equality duty is a legal error. So that is separate from, out with of the planning balance. If we consider it to be a failure to comply with the public sector equality duty, that would then leave the decision open to judicial review.
Chair, yep, I can come in, Chair. Yes,
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. Could I just clarify that the public sector equality duty is a duty to have due regard to equality's implications. There is no duty or requirement to achieve any particular outcome. So when you say failure to failure to comply with the duty is to have due regard. And I think the officer's report clearly sets out that due regard has been had, in that they have assessed, they've considered what the equality implications are, and they have considered what, if anything, can be done with regard to the gradient. And it has been concluded that there is limited improvements that can be done. And then the that what the local planning authority has to do in coming to its decision is to weigh in the balance the competing, the benefits, that whether or not there are any equality impacts, and they go into the overall planning balance. That as a consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. I just had two quick questions before I moved on. First one, from a technical, we've heard about documents being provided late to the planning authority. Do you feel from a technical perspective that you've had enough time to review those? Because obviously one of the questions around deferral, but I'm just waiting to, you know, clarify that, I guess, from both planning and flood risk. Yeah.
I think we received the review of the demandables in the Peckett Street property area. That was one of the documents received late on, but it's not strictly relevant to this application because it's relating to a separate flood scheme, so it's not.
Yeah, the review demountable defences, I think it was something that was raised by, I think, Councillor Clark and Councillor Melly, and then I can't remember who it was, whether it was Councillor Crawshaw in questions, was this idea of, rather than the demountable defence being on Tower Streets, could the defence line be improved along the Peckett Streets, Friars Terrace, Tower Gardens line? And the Environment Agency's response, albeit late in the day, they had provided commentary to the public and ourselves in the public meeting that was talked about back in August, about the technical difficulties of doing that in terms of cost beneficiality and the height of the defence, that would have to be to the same standard as that surrounding the Foss barrier, the 1 in 1,000 year level, and what that could in theory mean in terms of the height of the defence in front of people's properties, etc. So they'd already made quite a lot of that information available in quite a narrative way at that public meeting. And I think the actual document that came back 2 days ago really just put a little bit more meat on the bones of that. And I think it is linked in terms of, it was a request upon the agency to say, well, actually, can you not think about delivering this differently, and questioning the actual, what's been put in front of us as part of this planning application, say, could you not put something else instead in front of us that would achieve the same aims? So it was linked in that regard, and it wasn't all a surprise because it had been raised in that previous public meeting, if that helps. That's, yeah.
Thanks, that does help. And then everyone, I guess, just for making sure we make sound decisions from a planning perspective, a little bit of guidance on what we should, through a planning policy perspective, be considering in terms of what's happening inside of this application and what's happening outside the application. Because obviously a lot of the discussion of things isn't part of the application area, and I guess it's just making sure we make a sound decision or some guidance on that if it's possible.
Well, I think in terms of the flood risk itself, the members have to ask, it's the MPPF policy about the criteria is to ensure that flood risk is not increased elsewhere. So that's the fundamental decision for members to make, and it's separating out those issues that we've debated, isn't it, about how this impacts on flood risk compared to the scheme that we have set out at the moment, and impacts on the other area, which again is the question is that, okay, there's an area that suffers from flood risk, but that's an existing problem that potentially the Environment Agency's project isn't as comprehensive as everyone would like it to be. But is that moving away from the question about is flood risk increased elsewhere or isn't it? And that's the fundamental question for members to understand when determining the application.
Okay, thank you. So I've got a question from Councillor Waters, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, how would the members assess that question when Steve Ragg's already said that more work should be undertaken to assess the risk to Peckett Street and Tower Gardens? Surely that work ought to be undertaken before a decision is made by this committee.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Steve?
I think that's to fully understand the risk to that community and its current the current wall that gives it some flood resilience, and the way in which it's at risk from a number of sources, not just directly from the river, but groundwater, surface water. But the Environment Agency have given an assessment that they don't believe that actually this demountable defence makes that any worse. But we still need to fully understand what happens in that community to try to provide better protection. That, I think it's going back to the chair's comments about what's purely about this application in front of us versus an understandable concern from the community and the need to do more for that community.
Sorry to go straight back at this stage, but we've also heard from Jonathan, who's running this meeting development management wise, that we need to have due regard to the MPPF and not increasing flood risk elsewhere. And again, I just throw it back, well, how do we assess that when you can't really, on the basis of what the EA is given to you?
I think, as I stated before, given the modelling information that the Environment Agency have put in front of us, you know, purely from that fluvial flood risk, then we have contended that to side with the Environment Agency's modelling that it doesn't make it worse.
Yeah, thank you. At this stage, if there are any more questions, we'll move into discussion. Before the third thing we do is vote on the officer recommendation, nothing else. But if we went into discussion, does anyone have anything that they'd like to start with? Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think to me that there's a couple of different elements within this application, and we had really long and detailed discussions in Micklegate around the Clementhorpe flood cell. There was a lot of similar concerns that were raised about what would be the impacts of raising heights at certain locations and how would it impact in other places. And I think it's a pity to see that actually the same failures of communication are coming up here as were coming up 3 and 4 years ago in Clementhorpe, and you know that to me is really disappointing. But I do understand from the lengthy discussions I had with the Environment Agency over the things in my ward that they are working within a framework around a cost benefit analysis that is quite restrictive, and it is quite difficult, and it was incredibly disruptive and expensive to do the flood wall along Terry Avenue, and I can see how it's complicated here. So I can see that part of it is you know, it's a fine balance, but it's tricky, and ultimately from a planning perspective, there's a certain degree to which it just is what it is. What I have a really significant problem with is in 2023 building ramps that are non-compliant with inclusive mobility, and I just can't countenance that. And I'm afraid that the argument that says that it takes out too much of the floodplain on the St George's Field side, the volumes just, you know, you could build something that was 100 meters long and 2 meters high, and the volume that you're talking about there wouldn't even be a third of a second of the water that would be going under the bridges. And the volume of the floodplain as you move further out of the city centre is enormous, and that minuscule volume that you would take up, and the loss of what, 8-10 car parking spaces to make an accessible and compliant route. And given that we're about to be putting a pedestrian crossing across from the entrance to St George's Field and over, that is the clear route that we're expecting people to be travelling. There's one of I think only 3-4 locations in the city centre where there are disabled toilets in St George's Field car park there as well. So for me, I can't countenance something that builds in inaccessibility until some future date, 20-30 years hence, when we're looking at this again. So, you know, the actual ins and outs of the formulas of the maths of the flooding stuff, I think is very complicated. I think it's a clear failure to communicate, if nothing else. But we can't have inaccessible building work going on in the city.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I think the section in the report talking about sort of further work with the community in relation to better understanding and better protecting against current risks is welcome, but appreciate it will come as little comfort to the residents who are clearly unhappy with the protection currently afforded to the 40 or so houses in that community. I see that as a separate issue from what we're looking at here today, which is a specific scheme which I take the Environment Agency at their word in that it meets the criteria in terms of the cost benefit analysis in a way that that sadly the properties that will be left on the wet side of this proposed defensive were it to go ahead doesn't meet. I think that's a frustration for all of us, but that is a situation that we're presented with. I think in terms of the ramp, clearly, yes, it doesn't make it any worse, and it levels out some of the particularly steep bits. It is incredibly disappointing that an improvement couldn't be factored in to the scheme. Would it have made the entire scheme unaffordable? That was kind of hinted at, but I'm not altogether sure whether that is the case. Certainly, loss of car parking spaces should really never be quoted as a reason not to make an accessibility improvement. I suppose the question we have to ask is the inability to deliver an improvement in what currently exists, does that shift the weight in favour of refusing the application? I'm not sure it does, but there are a number of aspects of the scheme that are certainly not as we would have wished them to have been presented to us.
Anyone else? No points from there. And to just put across 5 points as well, I think I share a lot of what you've said, Councillor Fenton, in terms of the flood element of the application. Obviously, the lack of detail is not good, but the understanding that we've been able to draw from this today is that there is a certain level of confidence in terms of the flooding from the river impacts that is being mitigated in the way that, in a positive way, for the area that this is intending to manage. So I can understand that. The challenge becomes the accessibility ramp, and it's difficult without having been party to all of the conversations to this and what that impact is and how much of that area it takes out, because it could be, double the size. It could be. It's just really hard to tell. It's limited information that we have, and that's what makes it a difficult decision to make in terms of which way it's voted on, from my opinion. But in terms of the other elements of the scheme, I'm kind of broadly in acceptance of it. I think at this stage we're going to have to test the vote. I will need. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bassey, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. My response to all of this, and I've been listening carefully all the way through, is that I can accept this represents the culmination of a huge body of work by the EA over a very long period of time. I also accept they have a very, very difficult job. I understand part of the business of cost-benefit analysis because Neyburn is in my ward, and there are long-standing issues with flooding in that village. Having said that, what really struck me when I first read this report was an overwhelming feeling of a sketchy presentation presented in haste, which doesn't match necessarily with what I've just said. But I was very disappointed that instead of getting a clear example, an idea of what the demountable barrier would look like, all we have is a very complex engineer's technical drawing. And it's only here that we've had been shown an image of what might be put in Tower Street, but I still don't really have a clear idea of what it'll look like when it's not there in position, but all the foundations are in position. And I note paragraph 515 says both areas, the car park and Tower Street, are highly sensitive and significant, given their location within conservation areas and proximity to heritage assets. I'm therefore really disappointed that we don't have in front of us a clear idea of what that structure is that the demountable barrier is going to be fixed to. We have very little to go on. And then mindful of the comments that have been raised about the consultation and everything else, I know you're going to be taking a vote on the application, but I signal here that my feeling is that this should be deferred to allow the applicant the opportunity to maybe better answer some of the discussions and consultations that have gone to this point, and also to present us with a clearer visualization of what is being proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
I'll quite happily second that recommendation to defer, and I think we need to have a sensible list of requirements for when it's brought back. And top of that list to me would be the more work that the council's flood risk management team are looking to assess the risk to the other properties, Peckett Street, Tower Gardens. Because without that extra work, we're just guessing on what the possible impacts can be.
Thank you. We obviously can't move to deferral at this time, but we'll take your comments into order there. Would anyone like to, we do need to vote on the officer recommendation. Would anyone like to propose that we move to the officer recommendation? Councillor Fenton, would anyone second that, please? I will second that if no one else is going to, so we can move this on. Thank you. Jonathan, could you take us through the recommendation, please?
Thank you. So I presume we'd be voting on the full planning application first.
Yeah, sorry.
So it would be to approve subject to the conditions as listed in the report, but including the items in the officer update, the change in condition in respect of the impact on the trees. So that's the amendment to condition number 9 and the amendment to condition 13. So it's no longer a prior to commencement condition, but it's a prior to first operation requirement. So the trigger points change there.
Thank you for taking that. Okay, so moving through with the vote, can I see hands for those who are for moving the officer recommendation? 2. Those who are against, and those who differ, abstain, which there are none. Sorry. Okay, in that case, the recommendation has not been passed, and I will seek at this time discussion on what you would like to propose instead. Obviously, some of that has taken place, but if anyone would like to put something forward at this time, then that'd be welcome. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I think I won't make a proposal because I think that there's probably a couple of people who've already suggested a proposal, but personally, I would feel it's enough to refuse actually on what we have. But if people were minded to propose a deferral, there's obviously a number of things that people might want to see within that deferral. I think what I would certainly like to see is more clear thought about how to make that access point accessible. I don't buy that broadening out the ramp would have such a catastrophic impact on the floodplain as to make it something that wasn't possible. And I likewise don't buy that it would be so financially unviable as to scupper the scheme. The whole of this scheme, all of the cells together, is about 50 million quid. And if you're doing significant earthworks and you're levelling out a flood defence ramp to 1 in 10, levelling it out to 1 in 20, I don't think it's a significantly larger volume of earth that you have to move or a larger volume of tarmac that you have to lay. So if we were deferring, I would like to be seeing a much clearer thought process as to why we were being asked to agree to something that was not compliant with inclusive mobility.
Thank you. What else? Councillor Bassey, please.
Just to reiterate, we've gone into this phase. I would like to recommend deferral. I agree with the points that have just been made by Councillor Crawshaw. I also think having clearer visualizations that instead of just technical drawings would be helpful to us. And I think the point had been made about the ramp and the displacement of water, and that's obviously of interest to everyone, including residents, because if we are to believe that simply extending a ramp by some distance will have a measurable impact on floodwater, then it is not unreasonable for people to say, well, we want clarity about the impact of the barrier. We want clearer calculations. So I think that needs to be part of the deferral. And lastly, we've heard at length from various parties that an unsatisfactory consultation process took place, people saying they hadn't heard things in time, so on and so forth. A deferral will enable that, I hope, to be corrected, so that when we would next sit down, we'd have answers to those questions and there would be a reasonable position from which to move forward. I think all of us around this table recognise how important flooding is in York and how important it is to flood, to protect properties. And we recognise the difficulties faced by the Environment Agency in balancing the conflicting, or sometimes seen as conflicting, needs of different groups of residents. That being the case, we need to get this right. And I think a deferral would help.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Waters.
And obviously, don't forget this further modelling work to the satisfaction of the Flood Risk Authority and ourselves, so that we know that when it comes here again, we're not actually just transferring a significant risk to another 40 or 50 properties. And hopefully when it does come here again, we'll have representatives of those 40 or 50 properties actually saying thank you and we're in support of it, instead of having to come here and battle the way through.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's broadly, I just want to run this past yourself, Sandra, broadly a proposal to defer the item predominantly on a lack of information provided, both on accessibility and also the flood risk that's provided. So 2 items, and needing more clarity on that before people feel comfortable to make a decision. And I think I thoroughly agree with that, because there were points where I was very much unclear on what the impact of this flooding was and what was being excluded and what wasn't. So can you advise on that as a reason?
I agree with those matters, Chair. I just wanted to query, and I don't know whether Jonathan would have a view on this, Chair, through you, the suggestion that one of the reasons for deferral is to require further consultation between the Environment Agency and residents, because I'm not sure that's something that the Planning Authority can insist on, because all necessary statutory consultations, as I understand it, have taken place.
So that won't be included in there?
I would recommend that would not be a reasonable planning, that is not something for this this committee, I think, to require.
Okay, that's understood. So Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, just quickly, I wonder, and I appreciate you might be sort of dancing on a pinhead here. Is there any provision to just have a recorded, whether it's an informative, you know, that's how you do it if it was an approval, but something that just notes that there is an opportunity then for further discussion, because I think that is an important point to capture.
Clearly a deferral provides an opportunity for further consultation, but that's different to a positive requirement. Yeah.
I think we can hope it's been heard today. Okay, in that case, I know we broadly in last section, I just put a proposal in a second, but can I just see someone to propose to defer? Councillor Bassey, and someone to propose to second, Councillor Waters. In that case, I don't know if you just want to run through broadly what the proposal to defer is.
Yeah, so the key reasons for the deferral are for more data, more modelling and clarification in respect to the impact on flood risk elsewhere, a more detailed consideration and options appraisal, I presume, as to whether an access ramp is achievable with appropriate gradients in terms of inclusive access, and in addition to that, some things for the developers to note that aren't the formal reasons, but around the presentation, the material to illustrate what the scheme looks like, and a recommendation for further consultation, but they're not the formal sort of deferral planning reasons as they were, albeit we update you in the subsequent reports.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for that, Jonathan. In that case, I will move to vote on that. Can I see those for that proposal for deferring? And those who are against, and those who abstain. That's one. So that is agreed, and the item will be deferred, and it will return at a later date through the planning system. So thank you for everybody's time on that.
Chair, sorry to interrupt you, but we also have the listed building.
Sorry, and we have the list of building consent. We will formally have to go through a similar process again in terms of voting on the officer recommendation. I think we'll just move.
I mean, just to briefly explain the situation for members in terms of the listed building consent. Obviously, we've identified, albeit a very low level of harm, but there is some harm to designated heritage assets. So, without those benefits of the scheme that the full planning permission would deliver, we wouldn't be in a position to approve that LBC. So that would be a deferral as well.
I think members could just be asked if they were willing to defer the.
Okay. Based on that, in terms of the listed building consent, you can just ask that members are happy to confirm that they're happy to defer that element as well.
So there needs to be, sorry, that needs to be moved and voted upon, but advertised meeting is, I don't think we need to vote on the officer recommendation.
Right, okay. Can we run us through the reasons for deferral again, please, Jonathan?
So it would be a recommendation to defer on the basis that until further information is forthcoming, there aren't the benefits to outweigh the harm to heritage assets. So the listed building consent application, the recommendation is to defer.
We need someone to propose to move that. Councillor Bassey and seconded Councillor Crawshaw. Thank you. In that case, we will vote on that. And can I see hands for that, please? And that is unanimous, and that is decided. So that item is also deferred for the time being. Thank you. We will take a short break there because it's been a particularly long item. We'll return in 5 minutes, which is broadly 20 past. Thank you. Okay, we'll just restart the meeting there. Thank you, everybody. Picking back up with item 4C, which is St Paul's Nursery School. Again, this is in. Okay, that's okay. Right. We'll allow you to grab your papers from the back there. We'll be covering both items 4C and 4D, with 4D being the listed building consent for St Paul's Nursery as well. And then again, as the last item, we'll have 2 votes afterwards for each item. Gareth Arnold, Development Manager, has joined us again to lead us through these next items today. So if you could take us through the presentation for this, please, Gareth.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So this is the planning application and listed building consent application at St Paul's Nursery School in St Paul's Square. It's for the erection of an annex building following the demolition of the existing annex, alterations to the access to the front and internal alterations to the nursery building. Just go through quite a lengthy presentation we've got here. It's a difficult site to photograph. So I've taken 4 images, all the compass point images for St Paul's Nursery. So the nursery extends. My cursor come up? Yeah. Pretty much to that extent there in the corner of St Paul's Square. The buildings to be demolished and replaced are this low pitched roof building here and this later flat roof structure to the rear of it. Again, this is probably from the south, I guess. Or the west, sorry. And these are the structures to be removed. Again. And then the final image. So the structures here. Photograph in front elevation from St Paul's Square. This existing porch will be removed as part of the proposals. This is really just to show you the sort of flavour of the building that's going. So this is the 1940s concrete structure. And this is a bit of the later 1960s flat roof structure. So that concrete building is the one with that shallow pitch roof towards the front of the site. Site plan showing areas in red to be demolished. Again, on the existing ground floor plan, those structures to be removed, and then internal structures and fittings to be taken out as well. Demolition of the porch shown hatched there. First floor, again, demolitions plan. And the existing elevations. Proposed site plan. So there's a ramp proposed to the front to give a level access to the front of the property. And then this area in blue is the new annex. Slightly more detailed ground floor plan showing teaching spaces, admin spaces. First floor, I draw your attention to the roof deck. So you've seen in the papers the need to provide fire escape access. So there's a fire escape access across the flat roof section and then down a set of stairs. That gives emergency exit to the children's dining room on the first floor, and then a second fire escape out of the kitchen area. Proposed elevations. And in red, you can see the outline of the existing building. Just some photographs to illustrate the location of those fire escapes. So this is the dining room fire escape. Will be breaking through the wall in that alcove. The kitchen fire escape utilizes that window that I'm outlining there, makes that into a doorway. This is the existing connection to the annex, which will be demolished and replaced with a more lightweight glazed link, and a ground floor partition to be removed in one of the principal front rooms of the listed building. The rear elevation, so this shows the window that will be converted into a doorway to give the fire escape access exit, I should say, to the dining room. No, sorry, to the kitchen, and that fire escape will go down this elevation, this rear elevation here. And then the location of the fire escape from the dining room, roughly where that floodlight is, obviously with a rebuilt extension in this foreground area of the shot. There we go. So any comments, or any members wish to see any of the photographs or drawings again?
Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, just two quick things, hopefully. Just, you showed the picture from the outside of where the fire escape from the kitchen was coming from, and I thought that looked like a side window. Just to clarify, is it the small window to the left or the larger sash window that? So it's that's the side window. That's which is that one. Fab. And then more to do with the building consent, listed building consent, rather than the plans directly. But I wondered if you could just show us on the floor plan if there's anything within the building that is listed that's to be removed, or is it all about external and setting? Or
Well, the whole of the building, is listed.
Yeah.
Let me just go through the alterations. Let's show the bits that are to be demolished first. So there's this. You might have to help me out here. Okay. So this there's the porch.
Porch, yeah.
This
that's the glazed
this partition.
screen, which I showed the picture of.
The dumbwaiter. And then there's a new opening to be created in that ground floor wall. And then
just for clarity though, so the porch I think is from the 70s.
Yes.
So was there as presumably it's named because it was in situ when the building was listed, but it's not a listed feature of the building.
There is an original door case behind it that would be restored and opened up by removing the porch.
Yeah. And then in terms of the things that are being removed in terms of walls and things, it's not that they're named listed features. It's just that the whole building is listed and then the walls being removed.
Yes.
Sorry, I perhaps wasn't quite clear in my question, but that was kind of what I was getting at.
Thanks. Councillor Melly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think multiple routes for construction traffic were considered. Just wondering if, while you've got the plans up, you could show us what the different routes and access points that were considered, please.
We're not proposing control over construction traffic. The comments, there is something in the update and some of the written comments from neighbours regarding the preference of local residents in terms of what they would want to see, but that's not part of our recommendation.
It looks like a bit of an assessment was done of different options, because it talks about harm to the immunity of neighbours of the different options. and saying that using the back alleyway, at the top of page 59, it says that using the access to the back would be more harmful to the immunity of neighbouring properties than the proposed location. So a location and access point has been proposed and another one looked at and ruled out.
Not that one, that one, please. You have, yeah. You have a back service access that snakes round the back of St Paul's Terrace and St Paul's Square. It is used by bin wagons, but it is incredibly narrow. It's not quite 2-car widths, and it's got high brick wall, 2 metre high and higher brick walls to either side of it. As you'll see from here, there are cars parked at various points along it, which partially obstruct it.
Sorry, I'm not clear which way you're referring to.
Top left, middle left-hand side of the aerial photograph. The map, the plan.
Look at the map on page 69. So there is a route that runs around the rear of the property, the St Paul's Square properties. Can you see that? And then terminates, it runs between St Paul's Terrace and St Paul's Square behind, number 15 to 20, you see there. So that's what local residents are.
Yes.
And the later representation received today, that's their preferred route for construction traffic.
And which route is being proposed instead?
Well, it's not a case of instead, it's what their intention is to use St Paul's Square as set out in the reports. We do have a planning application that's just because of the tightness of the site. Planning application has just been submitted, seeking to use a part of what's called Holgate Dock. So on the same page, on the same map, page 69, towards the bottom of the map, you can see St Paul's Church, and there's an open area of land with the electricity substation noted on it. So that the proposal is to use that as the construction compound. And then so the issue is that the transportation of materials from there to the site itself.
Okay, thank you. You got an update to cover?
Yes. So have we finished it?
So yeah, we normally do it there, so we can do it there, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. There is an update with the 2 additional items of representation. One from the York Civic Trust, very briefly outlining some degree of disappointment about their original design solution not being accepted. The second one is from Councillor Kent that addresses the issue of construction site traffic and also the concern of the neighbouring property 15 St Paul's Square, possible impact upon their amenity from the construction process, but supporting the proposal in principle. Thank you, Chair.
Could I just clarify that's Councillor Kent writing as a local resident rather than a ward council?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. I've raised this many times in concern at certain planning approvals, especially in residential areas, and you've usually said in the past that there's no way of conditioning the construction process. I'm assuming there'll be some form of demolition application goes in, whether that can be conditioned in any way. But again, this is a City of York Council application. Can we not look at putting, if not a condition, some very rigid informative on that tries to bring some sense to the construction demolition process, that doesn't just leave residents to their own devices once this is approved, because that's what usually happens.
You're right. We don't normally control construction traffic. We do on very large sites where, for example, the duration of the scheme is going to be significant and maybe over a number of years. Where we have put conditions on. I think the issue here is that we don't. If members were minded to put such a condition on this scheme, I don't think as a committee what you can ask for is that we seek we put on a condition and seek to agree those construction details, but I'm not sure we can impose a particular routing to use when we don't know if that routing is available or suitable or logistically possible. And that would be my concern with trying to use the planning consent to control construction traffic in this particular instance. Notwithstanding the comments about residential amenity on that.
Yeah, well, that's what it boils down to, is residential amenity, because it's not just a case of the route in, it's the contractor's parking requirements, which will cause chaos down there. It's material handling, material storage. Now, again, I just throw it back that it's a City of York Council application, and we shouldn't be putting residents in such a detrimental situation. The council ought to be looking at best practice when it comes to construction and the detrimental effects that people might face for 9 months, 12 months of this construction. So is it possible for a voluntary condition? We could ask Maxine shortly.
Well, there's no such thing as a voluntary condition, and an informative has no statutory weight. The authority has to determine a planning applications on its own merits, and who the applicant is doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. We can't put more restrictive conditions on a local authority application because we think the local authority should do better. We have to put conditions on that we think are reasonable and meet the tests of the NPPF. I think from members' points of view, that's probably a conversation for members, ward councillors, to have with the relevant department, rather than trying to do it through trying to police it through the planning process as an add-on because it's a CYC application. Don't think you can do that. It wouldn't be lawful.
We can discuss this in the discussion, please. I don't see, is there any other questions this time? No, I don't see any questions. We'll move to public participation. We just have one speaker, which is Maxine Squire, Assistant Director for Education and Skills. Maxine, you have 3 minutes. Just start when you're ready, and I'll set the timer from there. I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak in support of the planning application. St Paul's, as our one local authority maintained nursery school, occupies a unique position within the education community in York. As a maintained nursery school, it offers outreach around SEND provision to the early years sector, which is highly valued. It also hosts enhanced resource provision for children with speech communication needs in the early years, and has developed a specialism in that support. Part of the reason for wanting to pursue this capital scheme is also to ensure that the enhanced resource provision is able to grow numbers from 8 to 6 places for children where demand has increased in the city in the early years around having specialist provision. The annex that we're proposing to replace is well beyond its life now. I have a date of 1936 for it from the planner who's been dealing with this. It's no longer fit for purpose. The building itself has been looked at and is considered, as I say, to be well beyond its working life. Without the necessary improvements to the nursery, it does threaten its long-term viability as a nursery school, because it is very tight on space. The proposed amendments to the building will really enhance the way that it can deliver the excellent provision that it does. The new proposed access will make the building more accessible, which again promotes inclusion, which we're wanting to do. And it also is a very, very popular provision within the local community and within the broader York community. So it offers something that is really quite unique. We have considered all possible options about how we can secure a better way of making the building work. The removal of the annex really is sort of a non-negotiable. It will have to come down anyway, but that would severely constrain the future operation of the nursery, which would disadvantage local families. So I would hope that the planning committee would consider those things as you're thinking through your decision making.
Thank you. If you just hang on a second, has anyone got any questions for Maxine? Yeah, Councillor Waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody supports in principle demolishing what's there and past its best, and the improvement is needed, and it's needed as soon as possible. But there's 3 paragraphs here about design and such like, bearing in mind it's alongside Grade 2 listed. And there's a sentence in particular that stands out to me, paragraph 5.16. It's felt that the proposal will give rise to less than substantial harm towards the lower end of the scale to the character and appearance of the conservation area, particularly in terms of the introduction of non-standard materials and forms to the site frontage. Now, again, it's a council application. Why are we tolerating any harm at all if we could avoid it by using standard materials that won't stand out like a sore thumb? Again, in paragraph 5.20, the new extension will be undeniably in institutional use with a flat roof formed to the rear with timber cladding and structural glazing, creating a pattern of fenestration alien to the wider area. Why is the council promoting something like that instead of something that would fit in better with the Grade 2 listed terrace?
The current annex is really unsightly. And one of the things that we have looked at is that the proposals around the new buildings will be aesthetically much more pleasing than what's there at the moment. We've also got to bear in mind that the building has got to work as a school. And so there are some things in replacing these areas that we're thinking about in terms of how do we maximise the spaces for learning and making those work to their optimum for the staff and the young people in the children in the school. It will look an awful lot better than what is there at the moment, which is a real eyesore.
I'm sorry, a lot of that is subjective. I really don't believe that there's any need for cedar cladding on the front of these buildings, and whether that adds anything to its use as a classroom. But the final question is, would you, as representing the applicant, be willing to go over and above in terms of a voluntary condition or a voluntary informative regarding the construction process?
Obviously, what we always seek to do with any projects around school building is ensure that we're very, very sensitive to the needs of any local community where a school is based. One of the things that we've got to do is work within quite a tight capital budget, and we're wanting to deliver the best value we can based on the fact that it's really important that we're able to do the work without putting too great a strain on that capital budget that we have, and to deliver for the school what it needs in a cost-effective way, and also to remove unnecessary delays for the school getting back onto site. Because obviously we have to make some guarantees with the Department for Education that we're minimising the disruptions that's caused with any of these capital schemes.
Thanks for that. I'm just going to note, obviously, Maxine, very grateful that you've come here today, kind of representing the education team. You're not a member of the Capital Works team, so be mindful of that in the kind of questions that we're putting forward. So not just strictly speaking as the applicant. Councillor Clark, I'll move to it.
Thanks, Chair. It's a kind of supplementary to Councillor Waters' comments. It's probably not a question really for Maxine, but in 519 it does say the proposed replacement extension is set back further into the site, and it uses forms and some materials present in the wider area. This is the same time as create something distinct from the host building. Have you got examples of how that of what those materials might be, how it correlates with other forms, materials in other parts of that particular area?
I think shall we come back to this in a second? Has anyone got any specific questions for Maxine before? No, thank you for your time. I'll let you go back up, and we'll move into further questions, properties, which I'm happy for you to just go ahead with now. Thank you, Gareth.
If I can magnify the front. It's reasonably clear. So, Eric, help me out here, your application. Yeah. So, these, there you go. I learned that you can't magnify the slide and use the pointer at the same time. So these areas of brickwork
could match the existing building and its neighbours.
The grey standing seam roof, it can't be a tiled roof because of its pitch. Yes. But it's not a material that is considered to be harmful in its setting. The timber framing, is that mainly at the rear of the building?
Predominantly at the rear, yes.
So the timber framing, excuse me, is in these areas here. So this is the side elevation. So this is where the timber framing is, and more brickwork in the side, and you see the front elevation moving away there. And is it timber framing around the around the windows? So timber framing around the windows here, and these window assemblies, floor to ceiling windows?
No, there is a cladding panel.
Cladding panel below.
The ones on the front elevation, but they are floor to ceiling at the rear.
Okay.
Thanks. Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, just thanks. Just a point of clarity. Page 60, paragraph 5.32 talks about policy CC2, sustainable construction, and having a condition. And on the application the other week on Hempton School, we had a bit of a discussion about that policy, and we were told that the building regs had now superseded that, and so therefore we didn't need a condition because it was the building regs were asking for something that was out over and above what was policy CC2. And I wasn't sure whether it's just about the size of the building or whether it's just one of those things where this is something that's newly coming through and moving in and out. But I just want to make sure that we are doing the most sustainable thing that we can do.
Yes, so condition 9 is linked to sustainable construction. And you're right, the requirement in policy CC2 has been overtaken by the changes to the building regs. So yeah, condition 9 is superfluous, really. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. We'll take that out. Councillor Valley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering whether any aspects of this application would be permitted development or whether it all needs consent because of it being a listed building. I'm just wondering because some things that, you know, when we're weighing up the planning balance, some things that are seen as a positive, like removing the porch, for example, I'm just wondering if that could be done anyway, or whether it, yeah, would require permission.
They'd all nurseries, school buildings do have permitted development rights. Whether those permitted development rights exist if the building is listed, I can't answer that, I'm afraid, off the top of my head. But everything proposed here would require some form of consent because the building's listed, regardless of whether permitted development rights exist.
Thanks. Not seeing any other questions at this time, so I'll move into this discussion about the officer recommendation. Councillor Crawshaw.
Chair, I think as and when we get to the point of moving the officer recommendation, I'd be more than happy to do so. The less than substantial harm element of the listed stuff, I think, you know, just for the point of clarity, there's only substantial or less than substantial. And if you're doing anything to a listed building, it's less than substantial, and it says very clearly it's at the lower end of the harm. There's a clear and obvious benefit in terms of the public benefit. I think it is a subjective point about whether a building fits in with the surrounding area or not. I tend to err on the side of saying I'd rather be really clear that it's a brand new building, not trying to be a version of something that was built 200 years ago. And you know, that's my preference, but obviously that's a completely subjective thing. But I'm happy with what's proposed on that basis. I note on page 65 in the informatives at number 2 at the very last paragraph, it says best practical means shall be employed at all times in order to minimize noise, vibration, dust, odor and light emissions. Could or not add a wording about deliveries in there, possibly, if people were minded to, but I do think it's also worth noting that as it is a council application, the executive members for education and transport would also presumably be people to go to if there was an issue about any of the way that it is being constructed. And as Councillor Galvin always used to sort of say, you know, you can't build things without knocking things down and making a bit of fuss. And so long as that's done as respectfully and thoughtfully as can be done, there will always be an element of disruption. So personally, I have no qualms with this application whatsoever.
Councillor Fenton.
Yeah, I think it's what's presented should represent a marked improvement on to what is a valued facility. I think looking at the dimensions of the rear, the rear alley, I think that would be difficult to bring into use for delivery of materials and removal of demolished materials just due to its dimensions. I think the use of Holgate Dock as a compound will hopefully enable smaller vehicles to then transport some of those materials onto the site rather than have huge wagons trying to navigate St Paul Square. So that should offer some comfort to residents that disruption will be minimised during the construction. But yeah, happy to support.
Councillor Belly.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of all the planning considerations, I'm quite happy with this application. I do have concerns about what the impacts will be of demolition, of construction. It's not all, doesn't sound like all the access and all the impact is going to be on via highway or nursery land. There is, disputed land between the nursery and, is it number 15, which sounds like it could get quite, I think it's currently has some planting and is being used as a garden, and it would become part of the kind of construction area. So I do have concerns about what the impact of the demolition and construction of this development will be, but it's not a planning consideration. Looking only at what are planning considerations, I'm happy to vote for approval.
Thanks. Just from myself, I mean, it's a great scheme and I think I'm definitely happy to support it. I'm going to take a slightly different view on the condition in that because it's a separate planning application, I think that for the location of the storage, and that's not been decided, I think there is some sensibility in having a condition just to monitor, elements of a construction management plan to make sure that that's actually being carried through, unless we think that that's comfortably covered by building control. Because my worry is that once we've approved this, how is that element managed through the build process? And from working on construction myself, all contractors should be issuing a construction management plan anyway, so it's not much of an ask of the contractor to deliver a scheme for how they're going to manage construction traffic. Not to say that I don't think we should specify which road it is, because I think that's entirely incorrect and it's probably not the right access, but it could be used for part of the works and that should be considered in how they're doing the work, would be my view. But I don't know about your view on how it's managed alternatively, not through the planning process.
It wouldn't be managed through the building regulations. That's not what they're designed to cover. You're right about regulations generally covering building works and contracts outside the planning process that are designed to put some, at least some health and safety control in there. Again, they're not within the planning process, they're not managed by us. The putting a condition on then has the local planning authority as potentially an enforcing authority, which with works going on the public highway isn't perhaps 100% comfortable, because licensed vehicles have a right to use the public highway. But if they need to skips and suspension of vehicle parking would have to be done through highways legislation anyway, and consideration would be given to whether the loss of, I think it's quoted as three spaces, whether that's reasonable, and that would be taken into account under the temporary traffic regulation order that would presumably be needed in such circumstances, I'd say. But having said that, where members have felt that even on small schemes, because of perhaps the tightness of the site or the difficulty of the access, that there needs to be some control, we have put conditions on. But I would just, I'd bear in mind the fact that ultimately what the local authority approve may not be significantly different to what is proposed by the applicant, because the options are limited. I would just mention one thing in terms of the area of land that's with the disputed ownership. We couldn't put a condition on regarding that. That's going to be an issue, a private issue between the two landowners. The local planning authority wouldn't get involved in such a private issue.
That's useful explanation. I'm happy with the way things it is currently, unless if people want to say otherwise in that case. I think formally, do we feel we've had a proposal and a second there? Formally do that. No, okay, I'm looking for someone to formally propose that we move the motion. Councillor Crawshaw, and someone second, Councillor Fenton. Thank you. Gareth, could you take us through the recommendation, noting the removal of
Yeah,
the
stole my
condition?
thunder, that was all I had to say. So the recommendation is that planning permission be granted, subject to the conditions as set out in the report with the removal of condition 9.
Thank you for that. So we'll move to a vote and see hands for those who are for the recommendation. Those who are against and those who abstain. In that case, in that case, that one has been approved, and we will move swiftly to the listed building consent. I don't believe anyone has anything to raise. You sure? Okay, yes. Councillor Crawshaw would like to propose, and Councillor Fenton would like to second that. And again, building control.
Yeah, so the recommendation is that the listed building consent be granted, subject to the conditions as set out on pages 87 to 89 of the reports. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, I'll see those who want to vote for moving the recommendation, and those who are against, and those who abstain. Thank you. And again, that has been agreed and approved. So thank you. There's no one, I believe, waiting to leave at this point, so we'll move on to the next. You need to go get the council, of course. There's a lot of moving parts today. So we'll just take a brief 2-minute break. Right, welcome back, everybody, and I'll just welcome back Councillor Holly and Councillor Massey for the next items. The next item that we'll be discussing is 69 Kirkcroft in Wigginton. And Gareth, could you take us through that, please? Sure.
Thank you, Chair. That's slides are on my name. So this is a planning application for conversion of a double garage to habitable space, garage to side elevation, and a gate to the front of this detached property in Wigginton. The property has previously been extended. So this, let's go back to the Google view. This is the house as it was before the previous 2018 extension. So you can see a double garage to the side here. Planning permission was granted in 2018 to build above the garage. And that's the shot from the rear. Existing elevations. Site plan, which shows the location of the proposed garage. And then the gate to the side within the boundary wall. And then the proposed elevations. So breaking up those garage doors and then building the garage to the side with a lean-to roof. Proposed ground floor plan. So that shows this area converted into a sitting room. Oh, and that's it. As I said, there's a previous permission from 2018 for those works to the upper floors there, building that first floor over the garage. The recommendation for this application is to refuse because of the impact on the street scene from the proposed construction of the new garage. Councillor Cuthbertson is here to speak. We've circulated, so members have a sheet with photographs of which accompanies Councillor Cuthbertson's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. Does anyone have any questions at this time? Councillor Waters, please.
If this application went the other way and it was recommended for approval, would it be possible, bearing in mind concerns on the street scene, to condition that the area in front of the existing garage that's going to be made habitable accommodation, if it's approved, that's hard standing for vehicles at the moment. Would it be possible to condition, in the event of an approval, that became garden again and there was a landscaping scheme or a request for a tree to be planted to benefit the street scene? I'm just going on.
I think it's what you. It's a condition has to be necessary and reasonable, so it kind of has to have a hook as to what your propose. What's the need for that condition, in order to make that condition reasonable. I think in such circumstances, I might suggest that you would perhaps defer the scheme and seek a landscaping scheme to provide for what you're seeking. So some more greening of that front area, perhaps.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that your hook on that could have been the requirement for biodiversity improvement, which you quite often put in applications now.
Not in respect of householders. So householder applications aren't required to, certainly aren't to be required for the biodiversity net gain requirements of the Environment Act, but yeah, it's not unreasonable. I'm just thinking of the best way, if members were minded to go down that route, put on a condition to say that the frontage of the scheme, which isn't proposed to be changed, needs to be changed, is a bit of a step. I think I'd advise members to try and seek agreement of the applicant to do that first.
Thanks, Councillor Crawshaw. No, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to compare the drawings that we've got with the picture. It's a helpful picture to have up. The garage that's being proposed presumably follows the same line as the front wall with the gates that are in there, but it doesn't appear to be as wide as that width. So the wall that we can see, I assume, stays. Yeah. So that as the boundary wall, I presume, stays, and then there's another wall built inside of that to be the edge wall of the garage. And I'm just trying to sort of understand what the distances would be, what the finish would be, how that will look in that street scene, if you see what I mean.
There is a very minor. There's a very minor step back there, probably a brick, maybe, yes, maybe a brick setback on that front elevation. But then, yes, this flank wall would be within that 2 meter high. I assume it's 2 meter high. That wall that's in place there, and then the new gate is in that front section. Although we don't have an elevation showing that gate, as far as I'm aware.
So
no.
do we know what that width is?
The width,
as in between the wall of the garage and the existing boundary wall?
No.
The drawing there sort of makes it look reasonably wide, but the photograph with the van parked in the driveway, I was trying to sort of picture if that van essentially would be within the garage as proposed, and it doesn't look like there's an awful lot of gaps in from there to but perhaps it'd be a bit closer over to the building.
It is, that's taken from street view as well, so there's sometimes there is a stretching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
But there is an access point.
There is an access point. It doesn't look like it's a vehicle width, that's for sure.
And quick second one, if you could go back to that photograph again, because again, I think it's helpful. There's obviously a street sign and some services markers right where the proposed garage would come out onto the street. So I'm not quite clear how, you know, if that garage was built, what's the proposal in terms of the access? Because presumably the applicant doesn't have control over the obstacles that are on the adopted highway.
No, there's, as far as I'm aware, there's no intention of seeking. There's nothing in the planning application that shows that they intend to change the width of the drop curb, and I don't think they would. Sorry, they probably wouldn't need to. There seems to be there's a significantly sized van there. They need to, they can manoeuvre that van from those double gates over the what looks like relatively wide crossing as it is. I would imagine that they'd be able to manoeuvre whatever vehicle uses the proposed garage as
I
well.
was just thinking, because
it's not
sympathy with Councillor Waters' suggestion, which we might end up granting, but the problem might then be that it creates an access problem.
Yes, yeah, you'd need to look at where any clawback in terms of greening that frontage would be, but yeah, the vehicle entrance will be, would I presume, be narrower than the vehicle entrance that's there at the moment, because that is that looks like that's a single width, whereas you've got double gates there at the moment.
Can't see any other question. Oh, Councillor Fenton, sorry.
Just a quick question around the the tall brick wall around the the side of the property. Was planning permission for that granted at the same time as the extension above the garage was granted? Because my understanding is a wall of 2 meters in height, immediately adjacent to the path or the verge, does need planning permission. Okay.
I can't answer that at the moment. We might be able to answer that very soon, depending on how public access is.
I'll go to Councillor Orrell, and we'll try to answer that question in the meantime.
Thank you. Coming back to Councillor Waters' suggestion, I mean, we would have to demarcate where we thought it would be grassed over or whatever. But if we put that condition on, would the applicant be able to appeal that decision?
Yes, they can appeal. Yeah, there's a right to appeal over a condition, even on approval. Yeah, do this. Thanks. That's a few even from me. Right. Yeah, so it looks like that was a grant of planning permission at the same time.
This time I can't see any questions, so we'll move to public participation. We have one speaker, which is Councillor Cuthbertson, speaking as the ward councillor. If you'd like to come forward, please. You'll have 3 minutes if you just start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Before I
Thank you, Chair. Before I say anything else, I'd like to point out that a ward colleague is on the panel tonight. I haven't discussed this matter with him at all. I think there are 1 or 2 points in the reasons for refusal, which are quite open to some criticism. The first thing I think is to be noted is that the variable building line down the east side of Green Dyke is actually shown more clearly on page 99 of your papers. Okay, and that is relevant to the argument. Another point to raise is that the space to extend this property is limited by the electricity substation to the rear of the house. It quite severely limits it. I've supplied some monochrome photos of 5 properties, including this one, which are the other 4 properties are all within 340 metres. The nearest one is 25 metres, and that's directly behind it, number 20 Green Dyke. The next one is 45 Green Dyke on the other side of Green Dyke, 154 metres away. Then number 1 Middlebanks, which is 250 metres distant. And lastly, 19 Plantation Way. Now, there's a point made in paragraph 513 about the lack of appearance predicated on an insensitively designed advocated side extension, which is could possibly erode the open space within the street and create an environment that is incoherent and jumbled. If you look at the other four properties in this, I think you would say that they contributed to an incoherent and jumbled street scene in their cases. In particular, number 1 Middlebanks, which itself is on a corner with a very large extension added to it on the west elevation of that property. I think the reasons for creating the additional lounge space and the fact that they're an existing garage is probably irrelevant to what's said in the SPD. We have to accept a planning application on the basis of what's before us and not necessarily in relation to its history. If the SPD mentions history, I'd be very surprised. So this isn't about the original design, it's about whether the proposed garage and extension is acceptable and complies with paragraph 12.2 of the SPD. I think that probably summarises what I want to say, except for the fact that there are no objections from the relevant parish council. There were no objections from any of the neighbours who have been consulted. And the report itself at paragraphs 5 to 14 to 517 says that there are no adverse effects on any of the surrounding properties, including the ones directly opposite it. I'll leave it to you to debate, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Waters, question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Councillor Cuthbertson made the point that there was no objections from parish council or for neighbouring residents, and the fact that he, as ward councillor, is here in support. But I think the thing that really swung it for me was actually getting this with these photos. I would just like to jump in and say we should be supporting this, but I do feel that if we're going to go against, no, I'm coming to a question. I do feel that if we were going against the officer's recommendation, that we ought to be looking for some form of environmental or street scene betterment. Would you, as ward councillor, think it reasonable, if this committee was minded to approve, to actually defer this and go back to the applicant with a requirement for some form of landscaping betterment to the front of the property if this scheme was allowed? Would you consider that reasonable?
I believe that no such option has been explored with the resident in question. And I think it might be seen from the public's perception that having delayed this application somewhat, it was originally submitted, I think, in something like February of this year. I may be wrong there, but it has a target date of the 26th of September on this one. But I suspect that the original application, which was refused, was submitted earlier. I do believe that's relevant and should be considered by this body.
Well, just to go back on that point then, would you think it reasonable and would it be acceptable to you as ward councillor then if the committee were minded to approve that they just put a condition on seeking some form of street scene stroke environmental betterment?
I think that is an agreement that needs to be made with the resident. I'm reluctant to speak on behalf of the resident on this because I haven't discussed that matter with him and her. I would point out that this corner of Kirkcroft is actually very, very spacious. And if you look at the drawing of the proposed garage, it makes little distraction from, or I can't think of the right word, but it doesn't diminish the street scene in my opinion, in any way.
Thank you. Any other questions, Speaker? No. In that case, I'll thank you for your time. Take a seat. Following that, questions to officers after that. Councillor Hollier, is that?
What I struggle a bit with this, with the recommendation, is the wall that exists seems to me to have damaged the street scene sort of irreparably in the sort of openness sense. If you look up and down Green Dyke, it is sort of characterised by, you know, as the report says, you know, houses set back, big gardens. That's already gone. I suppose the question is, you know, to what extent is this, you know, how is this making that situation worse?
Just so it's not an insignificant size. It's the, you know, that ridge is not significantly below the eaves line, and the wall goes up to that string course, so that would be, the eaves would be here, and then the ridge line was somewhere like there. I think it's set out as well as I could set it out in 5.9, 5.10, and then the explanation in 5.11 of the reports. I mean, it talks about that loss of the sense of spaciousness, the very wide house compared with the original, and that cumulative impact. And the assessment there is that further development harms the spacious character of the corner plot and results in a very dominant looking house. And that's a very quick whiz through those 5 paragraphs. And that's the basis of the recommendation. I would also mention, although it's not part of the question, but I'm going to get it anyway, that the reason members and the council approved the supplementary planning document was to put some guidance about extensions to houses, and we put those principles about subservience and width and the spaciousness of schemes, things like that, to try and overcome some of the issues that are raised when on the other schemes that were set out on Councillor Cuthbertson's photographs. So it's the SPD is a reaction to perhaps some criticism we got of some large and perhaps inappropriate extensions that we've approved in the past without having that level of guidance.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, question.
I was hoping questions had finished. I was going to try and move it on a bit.
I haven't.
Are there other questions?
I'm not seeing any other questions, so I'm happy to move into discussion if you'd like to pose some discussion.
Well, I'd just like to move approval with some form of condition that enhances the street scene. Either some form of landscaping condition or just a requirement to at least plant a street tree. There's enough existing lawn space or garden space where that car is that could be landscaped. Anything just to demonstrate that we accept that there's no detrimental impact with the building being built, but we are going against an officer recommendation and we ought to be seeking some form of enhancement to the street scene on that basis.
Thanks for that. Obviously, we have to go through the officer recommendation first, but I mean, that's noted in terms of what you're putting forward there. Anyone else have anything in terms of discussion or would I like to propose to move? Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a bit on the fence on this one, actually, given that there's a huge, great big wall. There should be some kind of a joke in there, but I'm not quite with it enough at this time of night to get there. But I absolutely take the point that Gareth makes about an SPD being a reaction against other things that have happened. that people have then felt uncomfortable about and have therefore put a policy in place to try to have some control over that continuing forward. So whilst I can sort of look at all of these pictures of all of these houses in the near vicinity that have all been extended in a very large way, I just don't know whether or not the SPD then came about as a result of there being too many of these large extensions, and that's why that is there, and why we're saying actually it's not compliant with the policy. On the other side of it, I absolutely can see that, you know, the point that was made about the harm in a way having been done by allowing a 2-metre wall in an area which is typified by much more open space, and so actually then going an extra step and adding something more. It is a big garage. I don't think it's a little bit more. It is another chunk again. I also kind of look at the double extension over the top of the existing garage and think if that had been a double extension of entirely residential in isolation, would that have, you know, that would have been almost a doubling of volume of the building. Would that have been okay? I don't know. I think if members were inclined to approve it, I would wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Waters' suggestion that it would need to be because there was some form of mitigation that meant that it went over, you know, enabled the going against the existing policy, because we've had this conversation a few times now. The policies are there for a reason, so if we're going to go against them, we need to have a mitigation that says why we think it's okay to go against them. But I am genuinely on the 2-metre high wall at the moment.
Councillor Fenton, I'll come to Councillor.
Yeah, I think if the proposed new garage was slightly more modest in scale, I think it would make the decision easier, because I would point to the 2-metre high brick wall as having, I think, fairly significantly changed the street scene of that particular corner and being wholly out of character with what's around it. But that was granted planning permission, so that's my starting point in terms of would the additional harm done by the garage be such that it would make a less than ideal situation completely intolerable. I'm not sure it would. And yes, we could ask for some landscaping at the front, but what I would want to avoid is you landscape so much of it that it then leads to you can't get into the garage that you've just got planning permission to build, because I'm sure highway regulation would have an issue with a drop curb right on that corner, which would be clearly inappropriate. So I'm not sure how we could condition it. It would be a very woolly condition, and I wouldn't want it to end up in some astroturf grass at the front, which would be green and could be driven over, which would seem to be worse than nothing. But maybe some planting, but I've no idea how we would word that to have any meaning whatsoever.
Councillor Orrell, and then I'll come.
I think if this was an area where the housing density was very high, the objections to it would be greater, but it's an open area. The addition of this garage isn't going to dramatically affect the area as a whole. So I think the policy we have applies to everywhere, where sometimes individual areas or specific areas, it's not as relevant. And I don't think it's as relevant in this area. And definitely there should be some sort of condition or recommendation of increasing the grassed area or some form of improvement in that way.
Thanks. And Councillor Hollier.
Could we delegate the wording of some landscape condition?
If it's coming now for views, isn't it? So if we've got past the stage of and the officer recommendation fell, then we could. Well, I mean, yeah, could we? I mean, I think that's broadly okay, wouldn't we?
Yes, I mean the standard landscape condition with a bit of a tweak to reflect what members have said during the debate and the questioning. It's quite straightforward. So yes, I would be.
Yeah, councillor, yeah. So.
And permitted development rights would.
They wouldn't be able to build any more on the side.
Right, you're okay. So Natalie, who's much better on these things than I am, clearly. So they wouldn't be able to build on the side, and they wouldn't be able to build above a non-original piece of work. So they wouldn't be able to build above this either without coming back for another planning application. Whether they could build to the rear, maybe, but that's of lesser consideration in terms of the street scene, which is the principle here. I don't think we could remove permitted development rights to the rear, for example, as a mitigation to this. But yeah, they wouldn't be able to do anything else at the side.
Councillor Belly.
Would it not have an impact on the street scene because it's on a corner? Would it not be visible from Green Dyke?
At the rear.
Mm.
Do they have a photograph? Yes. I don't think it would have the same impact in terms of spaciousness on that corner, which is what the issue of the width of the property in the street scene as we're discussing here. Yeah, my view is that I don't think there's much merit in seeking to remove permitted development rights for, although it wasn't your original idea, the rear. I don't think there's much merit in that in terms of what we're looking at here.
Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. I still don't have any idea in my own mind as to whether this proposal is agreeing to remove that wall when putting the garage there, or to keep the wall that's surrounding and the garage. It doesn't seem to be indicated.
It's shown to remain in situ here. There's no again. That's the that's the run of the wall. So yeah, the only alteration to it is its demolition at the front to facilitate the garage, and then this space for a new gate at the side. And
Right,
that's
okay.
Yeah, so
clearly
the
a
wall,
pedestrian gate.
And
the wall
then
remains.
my overall impression, I'm tending towards the opinions expressed by Councillor Waters and Councillor Crawshaw. My concern really is that if we look at the whole thing, we've got at the moment parking for 6 cars, if I'm not mistaken, for a single house. And I do therefore have sympathy if we're formally building another garage and we're formally making more space. Even if one of those spaces in front of a front room becomes garden again, I think that will benefit the house and it would benefit the street scene. The photograph you've shown of the street does show, I don't know the degree to which this represents the way things are right now, because the comparison with the overhead shot showed that things had changed. But clearly we see the buildings on either side with shrubs and bushes and greenery. And then effectively what we've got is a house with just hard standing. So I have a lot of sympathy with what's been said. I'm still listening to what others are saying, but as I say, we look at that. We've got parking for 6 cars. Might not it be helpful to reduce at least one of those spaces back to garden and a tree? Would that not benefit the street scene if it were possible to do? And I understand that there's questions about how you do that.
Yeah. I'd just like to say my part, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Melly. After all, is it a question? Is it a sorry? Yeah, go on. Sorry, go. Yeah, of course.
That where you've kind of done a quick count of the spaces, 2 of those, the 2 in the which are proposed to be turned into living space.
So you're removing those, creating 4 garages. Sorry. You've still effectively got space for 4 cars, haven't you, at the moment, as proposed? So on a single house, I have some sympathy with the idea that returning a bit of that to garden isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I'm going to probably take a different opinion to those people. Well, some of the views I've heard so far. The SPD's been brought in to support good quality development. What I'm hearing a lot of is that what was done previously with the wall wasn't very good, and we're not fans of it. What has been proposed, we're not particularly fans of it, but it's not particularly bad either. But our conclusion seems to be that we would accept it and make a small amendment of putting in a tree, whereas I would take the view that I would support the officer recommendation, ask them to come back with a proposal that perhaps meets some of the concerns that we have and does provide good quality development that is well thought through and presents an attractive street scene and also achieves their goals. So I'd be supportive of the officer recommendation as it stands. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm worried from your tone that you'll feel like we're moving towards a vote, which I'm worried about because I haven't decided yet how I'm minded. So I'm going to fill time because I can see how the cumulative impact of multiple extensions does substantially alter the appearance of the dwelling, and it means that the extensions aren't subservient to the original property. And I can see why that means it doesn't meet policies that we have, and we have those policies for a reason. But also, I'm not sure that this proposal has any significant negative impacts on the street scene or the openness compared to what's there currently. I feel like that damage that this policy is designed to prevent has already been done, and that it isn't actually being done by the application that we have in front of us, which is what we're assessing. So I've still haven't decided how I feel about approval or refusal.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's a question really, and I don't know, Gareth, whether you're able to answer or not. Page 96, 5.10. So that's talking about the SPD, and paragraph 12.4 states that side extensions should not be unduly wide. And it says the extension should not exceed 50% of the width of the original property. My understanding is that the garages were originally there. And would your reading of the property, the original property, be dwelling? Because what we're effectively going to create is a dwelling house which is more than 50% wide from the original dwelling part of the property, plus then a garage on the side. But in terms of the width of the actual front of the property, if the property includes all of the buildings that are part of the original built property, it's possibly 20% of the width. And I'm just trying to sort of understand that, because if it had just been a first story side extension and then we were sort of sticking something else on again, I'd say, yes, I can see that 50% of the dwelling, 50% of the property. Yeah, maybe it's just semantics, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to understand.
I think with the guidance, like it's a bit like the local plan. You have to consider the plan as a whole and not. So I mean that's a general principle, the 50% width, but obviously there are circumstances where it's perhaps not directly applicable. I'm sure when the officer dealt with the extension above the garage, they probably, I haven't read the report, but they probably toyed with the idea of, well, it's not 50% wider, but it's a wide extension. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I would suggest that's kind of compelling in its own right. Because I guess it doesn't allow for circumstances like you're building over a first floor, which is more than 50%, but in actual fact, the original you're not exceeding the width of the original house. So yeah, I'm not sure I can answer the question. I'm not sure I can answer the question directly, but I'd say look at the SPD as a whole rather than that 150% issue.
Councillor Waters, please.
Just one brief point about this supplementary planning document that everybody keeps talking about. If everything was completely written in stone and there was no opportunity for planning committees to make, judgments, decisions that varied at some point, then there'd be no point in having a planning committee at all. In this case, with no objections from the ward councillor, the parish council, or neighbouring residents, and when I saw that, I'm just looking at some way of trying to make this acceptable to approve. That's why I brought in some form of environmental enhancement to try to mitigate against the harm that the planning officer is trying to tell us. But we do have the flexibility to go against that supplementary planning document if we believe that there's mitigation that makes an enhancement in some way. Yeah, and to spend this amount of time on something that really locally is obviously uncontentious, it's just bizarre to me.
Anything else for discussion at this stage? No. Then I think we need to test the vote for the officer recommendation as it stands. Would anyone like to propose that we move the officer recommendation? Councillor Crawshaw, and then we'd like to second that we move the officer recommendation. I'll be happy to do that if anyone else will. So we'll move to the vote on the officer recommendation. Thank you. Gary, if you could just take us through that.
Thanks, Chair. The recommendation is that the application is refused for the reasons set out on page 97, 98 of the agenda.
Yeah, thanks for that. In that case, can I see people voting for the officer recommendation? Put your hand up. Those voting against the officer recommendation, and those who would like to abstain for discussion. In that case, the officer recommendation has not been moved, and I will move to asking people for discussion on what alternative they would like to see. For that, I mean, I get some indication that we've heard discussion around deferment and we've had discussion around approval. So I'll just Councillor Melly to start with, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, if the committee is minded to approve and wants to vote to approve, we obviously don't have any conditions on it, not any of the ones discussed, but any at all. So I feel it would have to be, I guess, Chair and Vice Chair who would do the final approval.
You could do Chairs and Vice Chair. You could also delegate to officers. It's a we deal with hundreds of household applications a year, so you're looking at approved plans, materials to match, and whether members felt that there was any other conditions that were needed to mitigate against the impact of the development. So we've heard about the suggestion for a landscaping condition, for example, but relatively straightforward conditions. So I would suggest that members could safely delegate if they wished.
Yeah, Councillor Waters.
And whatever landscaping condition and whatever return to garden space is considered appropriate by officers, there needs to be the requirement to plant at least one substantial street tree, the improvement of the street scene, to remain for the lifetime of the development.
Thanks. Broadly, I had the idea that we could potential to approve, but I think with a condition around landscaping based on resolving the detrimental impact that the lack of landscaping is having on there. Through the landscaping condition, Gareth, do you think the general landscaping condition is the right way to resolve that detriment, or what would be your view in terms of what that condition should look like? I think we need to specify that condition, then we can hand over delegation of the rest of the conditions to yourselves and the officers.
Yeah, the standard landscape condition, excellent. So the standard landscaping condition is a bit more of a blank canvas, really. It seeks a scheme specifying materials, species, tree, and plant size and number. So if you want to specify something, vary that. And so the suggestion is that that we specify a tree as a minimum, and then whichever green space, greening of that site that we can do. Could I just, in terms of the street tree, but we're actually, members would be seeking a tree within the curtilage of the property rather than, because street tree tends to be within the highway. Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, can I
yes,
just
Sandra.
jump in? Thanks.
Yeah.
Gareth, obviously this is a matter for you, but I'm just myself wondering, is it reasonable to require a tree, given there is no tree at the moment and there doesn't seem to me to be a street scene full of trees? Is that going beyond the remit of the committee and a reasonable, given the tests for conditions, that they need to be necessary, etc., and reasonable in all other respects, and there needs to be a definite need for a condition and a clear and reasoned justification for one, etc., etc. Is it reasonable to actually specify a tree?
I suppose my thoughts on that would be that members had identified that there's some elements of detriment to the street scene, and then you consider whether that can be mitigated by conditions. What a tree does is provide that higher, literally higher level screening. So we use trees to break up the silhouette of large buildings, for example. So I think if the suggestion was low-level shrubs, I would say that's not
a car park.
That's not relevant. It's not meeting the issue that you have. But I think specifying a tree is probably reasonable in these circumstances.
Okay, Councillor Waters, please.
And of course, you could throw in the bit about biodiversity improvements, even though you say it's not relevant to household applications, it's still worth using to strengthen that condition.
Yeah, well, it's not. I did say that. Possibly, I said in similar words. It's not irrelevant. It's just not policy requirement. So everybody should be aiming towards biodiversity.
Yeah, Councillor Crawshaw.
So if we did approval subject to a landscaping condition which delivers a positive environmental impact on the street scene, and then we could either add including a tree or not. If that captures enough of what everybody's trying to get at.
Would you like to propose that?
I think there's nothing wrong with this. If you feel a tree is what's necessary, then the specifying that could in a condition for the reasons I suggested before, I think that's fine. It's reasonable and meets the test of the condition.
Okay. Yeah. Would anyone like to second that proposal for a approval with a condition around landscaping with the positive introduction of a tree? Oh, has that been proposed already? Right, sorry. Been through a few different variations at this stage. Great. Okay, we'll take that as a second in then. Okay, in that case,
Delegated budget to approve.
yeah,
So that would be delegated authority to approve, subject, I'm suggesting the conditions for standard conditions for this type of development, so materials and approved drawings, and then it's specifying a landscaping condition to mitigate against the detrimental impact of the proposal, to include a tree that will remain for the lifetime of the development.
yeah, councillor Melly, sorry.
Is that delegating to officers or delegating to chair and vice chair? Or officers in
Delegated to
consultation with
officers.
chair and vice chair? or-
My suggestion is, because it's a relatively straightforward thing, my suggestion is delegated to officers, but that is in your hands.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay.
No. I don't think you need to
Yeah,
go through
yeah,
it.
that's all right.
I don't think you
Okay,
need to go through
we
it.
will take that as the reading out of the recommendation. So in that case, based on what Gareth has just put forward, can I see hands for that proposal recommendation? That is unanimous. So that proposal, as proposed by Gareth, is approved, and we'll move forward. I will just check around the room. Does anyone wish to break there, or are we happy to move on? Okay, yeah, okay. 2 minutes. We'll go forward. Okay, Piers, we have everyone back, so we'll move on to the next item. Apologies for those in public participation. This has been quite a long meeting, but hopefully we'll to move through the next two items. At the same time. The next item is 4F, which is 47 Heslington Lane. Gary, if you could take us through the presentation for this.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a planning application in the Fulford Conservation Area. It's for demolition of the existing bungalow on the site and then the construction of a two-storey dwelling. So site in front of members there on the screen behind. In red are the buildings to be demolished. Also, you can possibly pick out the trees that are being removed, also in red. This one, yeah. Group of 3 trees, 4th tree there. Aerial photographs. So this is the property. Just set behind the main line of buildings fronting onto Heslington Lane. Again, the trees rather obscure the good views of that. So a further view from the west, showing the extended bungalow and the houses, the neighbouring properties and houses. Let me just identify that. So that's the rear elevation of the property. It includes a tree to be removed. And then the front elevation. Proposed site plan. So it's a U-shaped property. Utilising the existing access from Heslington Lane. Ground floor plan. So these are external, outside areas. Footprint around there with a pointer. First floor plan. So that shows these areas, some areas on the roof to the rear used as roof terraces, and then green roofs beyond there, beyond that. Proposed roof plan. The elevations. So this south elevation facing towards Heslington Lane. North elevation facing out towards the garden, with most of the windows to habitable rooms and bedrooms at the rear there. And then the east and west elevations. That's it. And there's no update to this one.
Thanks, Gareth. Does anyone have any questions on the plans specifically before we move into public participation? And clarifications? No. In that case, we will move on to public participation. I'll just remind people we have heard comments from Councillor Villiers some time ago on this item, if you can cast your mind back to then. And we have 2 further speakers. So first of all, I'll call up Martin O'Neill, please speak in objection. Again, Martin, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll just signal when you've got 30 seconds left, and just feel free to start talking when you're ready. I'll start the timer from then.
Great. Well, thanks very much indeed for the opportunity to speak. We've raised a range of issues in written response, but what I wanted to do with these 3 minutes is really to talk about what matters most to us and our children about this development as the neighbours at number 49. We agree with the powerful objections that Councillor Revilius has raised earlier, but what I really want to talk about from our perspective is that this development would exert a massively overbearing effect on our home and garden. So given its size, its character, its proximity, and the lack of screening, this development would be intrusive, it would be visually dominating, and it would be overbearing to our home and garden. The development extends fully 9 metres eastwards of the footprint of the existing bungalow, running directly behind our home and our garden in a way that the existing property doesn't do. This represents a scale presence and a massing completely out of proportion in relation to the existing property and in relation to our house. When our children play in the garden, it would be against the backdrop of a huge sheer wall of blackened timber extending directly behind our garden, rising to a parapet of 8 metres. All of this is only 9 metres from the rear boundary of our garden. Now, an earlier version of this proposal came in that was 17 metres from that boundary, but for insufficiently good reasons, it's been moved. Half of the distance has been eaten up and it's been moved closer towards us. Councillor Revilius earlier said that the scale was like a black wall, 3 double-decker buses across. She was right, but a double-decker bus, I just looked up, is just over 4 metres high. So this is like a black wall of 6 double-decker buses stacked in 2 3s. This development would completely change the character of where our family lives. It would have a negative material effect on the quality of life and residential amenity of us as residents, and especially for our children who would face this huge black monolith looming aggressively over the garden when they play. The council report doesn't register the overbearing nature of this development because it talks about screening and a number of shrubs and trees that would screen the property. But if you look at the proposals, most of the trees and shrubs that would have this screening effect are there marked to be removed, and that changed into a space for parking and manoeuvring cars. This would bring car parking right up to the boundary of our garden, and it would expose our children to noise pollution, to direct pollution, and a terrible loss to their privacy. We've raised other issues about a Scots pine that we have that's subject to a tree protection order, and which has been inaccurately in the report listed as being on the property of 47. Again, this driveway would be brought directly up to the into the root protection area of that tree. So I think for these reasons
3 minutes
of size, character, proximity, and lack of screening, it would have a terrible effect on us. And in addition to the very good points raised by Councillor Revilius and from the Parish Council, we urge you please to reject this application in this kind of form.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Councillor Crawshaw, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just, I don't know, Gareth, if you can, you've read my mind. Could you just describe on this map? So you mentioned the Scots pine that's in your boundary, not in the boundary of the development. Where is that on this?
So it's the tree immediately behind our house. So immediately
to the big tree, and then just to the right of that is that,
yeah. So immediately to the south of where that parked car is shown.
And in terms of the screening that is mentioned in the report that is currently there, but you say is to be removed, is that effectively the area of sort of beneath those trees? Is that effectively what you're?
So yeah, so it's the area immediately to the north of that tree, and then to the north and to the northeast of that tree. So basically the area in between the Scots pine and the trees that are actually shown on the diagram. There's a good number of healthy younger trees that haven't been mentioned on, they weren't there in the tree markup that was submitted, they weren't there in any of the materials that the applicants have submitted, and hence they're not mentioned in the committee report. And obviously by creating that that parking and driving area with the hard surface immediately to the north of our Scotch pine, that would involve clearing that area. I took a picture of it this morning, actually. That's the view. So the bungalow.
Sorry, you can't share
Okay,
it
all right. Well,
sharing it, I think.
but yeah. Okay.
Just, if I may, just one further point of clarity on trees. So down near the front of the whole site, so coming from the right hand side, there's two large trees, and then to the left of that, there's a further tree which looks to be just inside your property boundaries. Am I
That's
correct
right,
with that?
yeah.
So it's that tree there, and then the tree that's at the rear are the two that are within your boundary, and everything else is within theirs.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah.
No, thank you.
That's correct.
Thanks. Councillor Belly, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think in your objection, you also mentioned concerns about the impact of headlights and how the vehicle access to the site would mean headlights shining directly into your living area. Is that right? Could you tell us more about what specifically in this application is different from the existing access arrangements that lead you to have those concerns, please?
So the existing driveway just goes straight north, and then there's a turning space to the west when you get to the top. Whereas the area behind our home is, I know I can't show the photo, but the area behind our home has a number of smaller trees and shrubs. So at the moment, a car going up the driveway, if it was turning or whatever, it wouldn't come behind our home, right? Because that area there is all there's trees and shrubs growing in that area to the north of our Scotch pine. On these plans, the turning area for cars obviously comes in and then goes behind our behind the boundary, behind our back edge of our garden. So obviously cars going in there, turning at night, that's going to involve light pollution that we absolutely don't get with the current arrangement of the driveway. The kids' bedrooms are at the back of the house. This would involve having cars manoeuvring just exactly right behind our garden boundary, which at the moment is just a space where there's trees and shrubs growing, and which create more privacy for both properties.
Thanks, Councillor Millie again.
Thank you, Chair. And in terms of the tree that you're concerned about with the TPO on it, that's within your boundary, but yeah, it looks like it's very close to the edge of the border with this property. You said you were concerned about the impact on that tree and its root area because of it being an area of hard standing, but I think in the application it's gravel. Do you have the same concerns if it's gravel rather than hard standing?
I think so. The way the Scotch pine stands, it's sort of the roots kind of go down. There's almost like a mound that the tree is on, and that mound continues into the neighbouring property at 47. Now that area is just marked on there as being part of this area for cars coming in, parking, manoeuvring, turning, etc. So all that's going to be happening really right over the roots of the Scotch pine as they come down. So it's hard to see how that wouldn't present a danger to the Scotch pine tree that's there, as you say, right at the edge of the two properties. And as I say, with the way it's growing, the kind of surface falls away from it on both sides. But here on this diagram, there'd be cars coming right up to the edge of that, as you can see on the plan.
Thanks. Can't see any other questions, so if you want to return to your seat. The next speaker is Mary Ermston, speaking on behalf of Fulford Parish Council. If you'd like to join us, Mary.
Thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Fulford Parish Council strongly objects to this development due to its impact on heritage, trees and amenity. In your report, there are two very important passages from the Conservation Area Appraisal which confirm, firstly, that the undeveloped rear gardens do contribute to the character and amenity of the area. And secondly, that the scale of development behind the frontages should always be subordinate. That is a quote. On this site plan, you will see that the building is massive. The two-storey part in the dark green, the length of that front elevation is 34 metres. Well, it's more than 34 metres, actually. It's probably the equivalent of 3 detached houses. And it's greater than any of the frontage buildings. The 2 single-storey wings are also substantial, but the developed area as a whole, with the pool and all the hard standing, is certainly excessive in this backland location. You could probably fit in several detached houses in that space. It's so large. So we firmly believe that the building is not subservient, and because it intrudes into the undeveloped parts of the garden, it will harm the character of the conservation area. So if you agree that heritage is harmed to whatever degree, you have a very sound reason to refuse, because there are no public benefits. Regarding the trees, we oppose the loss of the category A and B trees, many of which could have been retained with a smaller scheme. But it's simply unacceptable for a development of this nature to rely on a tree survey carried out more than 4 years ago. This is contrary to the CIEEM guidance, which advises that after 3 years, surveys are no longer considered valid. The tree consultant actually says in his report that trees are living organisms and their health and structural condition may change rapidly. He also strongly recommends that the trees are inspected twice a year. So this lack of survey information is another good reason to refuse. On amenity, it's surprising that the report fails to mention the 2 first-floor terraces, both of which extend out onto the green roofs. These 2 large outdoor spaces are not far from the boundaries and could therefore cause disturbance from noise or light pollution, as well as overlooking of neighbouring properties from the first floor. These are material considerations which haven't been addressed at all. And just to add that we fully support the views of the residents of number 49 and believe that their outlook and general amenity will be very badly affected. Finally, if you were to be minded to approve the application, could we please suggest that permitted development rights are removed for future extensions, outbuildings or alterations to the roof, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? No, can't say anything. So thank you for your time there. Just before we have discussions, does anyone have any further questions for officers? Councillor Melly.
I was just wondering if we could please see the image again that shows some of the street scene as it is currently. So we can see the scale of this proposed frontage compared to other frontages that seem a similar width. There, perfect, thank you. Can I just ask, so there's a few properties, I can see 3 on there that, so not number 49, but the other properties all seem to be quite a similar width to this proposal, but are they all, that it doesn't look like they're single dwellings, they're multiple properties, are they? Do you know?
Yep, so where Gareth just got his pointing out, that is a nursing home and a dwelling attached, which is a block of flats. So that's two separate buildings, but attached. And then the other large building on the right, I believe that is also individual dwellings rather than one large house.
Thanks, Natalie. Following on from what was raised, could I just, I know it's covered in the report slightly, but in terms of the issue of subservience of the properties behind, can you just give a view on your thoughts on that? In terms of the conservation setting and harm.
So in terms of subservience, we do consider it as subservience in this plot. It's quite a large plot, and the existing dwelling is currently 6.38 metres, and the new dwelling is going to be 8 metres, so a slight increase of about 1.4 metres in height. I appreciate the width is extending quite considerably. However, the plot is capable of taking this amount of development. It's just less than half a hectare, just to give you a kind of numbers. So we do consider that, taking that into account, it can take this scale of development.
Councillor Fenn, please.
Yes, exploring the issue of subservience, because I can think of other examples of where dwellings have been built behind dwellings that had very large rear gardens. So am I right in thinking that the current dwelling on the site wasn't built as a in the back garden of an existing property? It was looking at the design of the building, it will have been built around the same time as some of the neighbouring buildings. I'm just trying to better understand really whether it was shoehorned into a large back garden, or whether it was always designed to be happened to be set back from the road more so than other properties. It's just, I'm trying to get my head around the subservience aspect of it.
And these are Victorian, Edwardian, arts and craftsy. This later, definitely later, 20th century. This probably 1930s. But whether there was a house on those there before, we don't have that information. We could get it, but not now.
Councillor Hollier, please.
So point out that, sorry, just the wording from the Fulford Village Conservation Area uses the term subordinate. But I don't know whether that's materially different from subservient.
Remember what I was saying. I think has 49 been substantially extended, and is where it is on the plans we've got, where it is now. Because when I look, I've just been looking on Google, and there's an extra bit on the right of it that isn't on that. Is that the only bit that was extended, or was it extended backwards, or 40, whatever, the one to the right of, yeah, or am I just? It's on. Am I looking the wrong way? I mean,
yeah, quite.
I don't think I am. There's definitely an extra bit that's not on the picture.
Yeah, number 49, Heslington Lane does have permission for a 2-storey side, single-storey side, and a bay extension to the rear, which was granted in October 2021.
Okay, so it does go back a bit further than.
It doesn't go back, it goes to the side, it just goes to the east of.
Okay.
Councillor Bassey, I'm happy to, if this is discussion or questions, I'm happy either way. Not sure which one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question is just about the maps and plans at the moment. So on page 135, we've got the plan, and then we turn the page and we've got various drawings of the site plan. They seem to be a very different shape. So I just want to make sure I've understood this. Is all the area of trees around number 47 part of the curtilage of number 47? Because the the plan on page 135 shows a much narrower plot. In other words, is the grey marked area on the plan on page 135 the extent of the plot, or is it actually wider than that?
The on 135, the extent of land is less than on the application plan.
Yeah.
Sorry, the application location plan. So the location plan is, follow my cursor. That's the red line boundary. Follows the unhelpfully blue, which means something else in planning terms, line. Yes, so the 135 shows that the extension of the garden behind the eastern side of 49 and behind 45 should be included as the application site plan. The application location plan, sorry.
Could you just show us that on the plan, on the equivalent of that plan on page 135?
So that's just, yeah, so that's I don't want to plug this just in case it never goes back in again. So can you just see that again?
So this as well.
So if I can see that, so the areas that I have scribbled in are the application side.
So the area to the, if we look at the plan that way up, the area to the right, the site
Yes.
is also part of the plot.
Yes.
Thank you. Including what looks to be a little outhouse or garage or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so all those trees are part of the plot for number 47.
Yeah, the trees survey does show trees on outside of the plot as well.
Well, the ones to the rear.
But the ones to the rear are, yes, either on the boundary or within the boundary.
And do we have a total for the number of trees on the site? Because we have a reference that 7 are to be cut down. I was just wanting to understand that in the context of the number of trees on the plot.
The total number of trees on site is 49, and there's also a group of trees, which there's 6 within that group. 7, sorry. So 56 altogether approximately.
56.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Brochure.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one on the conservation area, because the report says that the building that's to be demolished is neutral within the conservation area, but the public speaker said that the undeveloped garden was noted within the conservation area. So does that then mean there's harm to the conservation area by developing the undeveloped noted? And how much weight do we give to that?
So we're assessing it as a replacement dwelling. So we're assessing the loss of the dwelling, which is classed as neutral in the appraisal. And then we do take into account that it is going to use additional land as part of the garden. So we don't see any harm in using that additional land from a conservation area perspective. It's not going to harm visually the conservation area. That's the assessment we've taken.
Thanks, councillor Waters. Please.
But surely the loss of any extra garden space and loss of mature trees, which in paragraph 5.7, and I quote, contribute to the character and amenity of the area, the conservation area. So to lose any trees and any garden space must therefore be of some detriment to the conservation area.
I think that's a matter of, you know, that's. You have our recommendation, members take a different view of the proposals and the impact on the conservation area, then that's a point for your discussion and debate, I would say.
I think I'd also just point out on that matter that at 5.31 we have assessed that the trees that are going to be removed are located behind the existing bungalow within the middle of the site, and we assess it as that they offer low public community value at present. But we do acknowledge that we are losing trees, and we've requested a like-for-like replacement via condition.
So councillor Melly first, and then councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Condition 5 is about a scheme for the protection of retained trees. Does that only include trees within the boundaries of the site, or does that mean any other trees that you know, have roots within the site or are near the site? I'm just wondering if that covers the tree within the curtilage of number 49 and would mean that no harm could be done to that tree or not.
Yeah, so is it the third part of condition 5, is that correct?
Yeah, condition 5, yeah.
Yeah, so retained tree is all of the ones listed on the tree markup plan within the curtilage of this dwelling. Trees outside of the red line application boundary are protected by conservation area legislation, and some are protected by TPO anyway. So in order to protect both the trees on and off the site, we have asked for an arboricultural method statement, which is set out in condition, which is condition 5, which will need to take into account the trees on and off the site. So root protection areas of all the trees that are protected and to be retained.
Councillor Crawshaw. No.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry if this is in the report. I'm sort of at that point where I'm looking back and forwards now. The separation distance between the existing dwelling at number 47 and the proposed new dwelling, I think there was a mention of 9 metres, but that's possibly from the end of the garden. I'm not sure whether it is the gap between the actual buildings, but do we have that? We know what that distance is.
So between the proposed dwelling and number 49. Yeah, so the dwelling will be.
Sorry, 47.
So.
Oh, is this one 47?
Yeah.
Apologies. Yeah.
So
the one where the public speaker was from.
Yeah. So do you mean existing or proposed?
Well, it'd be helpful to know both actually, if you have both to hand, just to understand how the building, I think, moves a bit closer to that building at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, so in terms of proposed, so what you can see there, it's going to be 9 metres from the front elevation to the northern boundary. So there
to
yeah, so that's 9 metres, and then from the front elevation to the rear elevation, it's 20 metres. And then if Gareth can just show the outline of the existing bungalow, it's in red. Yeah. So you can see there, that's the outline of the existing bungalow in red dashed elements.
Not seeing any other questions, so we'll move into discussion. Councillor Waters, to get started off, please.
Yeah, I'll try and assist everybody by moving it on. I think what we heard from the speakers, in particular the first speaker that we heard over 4 hours ago now, was very compelling. So I'd like to move refusal on grounds of harm to the conservation area, the overdevelopment of the plot, which again was very eloquently put by the first speaker, again, if we can all remember that, loss of mature trees, and the inappropriate design and materials.
Chair, we're not supposed to, but I'll second them.
Okay. Is anyone, Councillor Fenton, please.
I don't have a problem with the design of the the house. I looking at the images of the building currently on the site, I think that looks to me like a detractor from the street scene. I mean, the report sets out officers' view that the proposed property is not overbearing and would not overshadow. We've heard there's a 20 metre distance between the proposed new property and the rear of number 49. I think if in order for me to support the officer recommendation, I would certainly want permitted development rights to be removed from the property should it be approved. And also there were a couple of I think important conditions that were recommended in terms of the first 10 metres of driveway being sealed rather than gravel, and also for secure cycle storage to be provided, which currently is not provided. If all of those things were in place, then I would feel happier about supporting the application.
Thanks. Councillor Crawshaw, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'm personally not averse to the design of the building in so much as if I was a multimillionaire and I could sort of buy myself a massive house, you know, something like this looks really quite attractive. But it also does feel quite profligate in a site that I'm not sure whether it, you know, within the boundary of the site maybe could take it, within the area it's in, I'm not sure whether or not it could take it. And I'm very much of the view, as has been suggested by Councillor Waters, that, you know, the loss of mature trees and you know, the impact on the conservation area is you know, clearly detractors. And it does feel, as was articulated right at the start of this meeting a million years ago, like something that is not really in keeping with the sense of perhaps more responsible development that we would like to see in the city in terms of carbon footprint, because, you know, as well as needing a lot of money to build that building, it's going to need a lot of money to run that building, even if it is built to very high standards of you know, sustainable development and what have you. Given the elements that you've said about design as part of the refusal, I feel uncomfortable supporting refusal on that basis. Without the design element, I'd feel probably minded to refuse. I don't know whether that's something that you'd consider removing the element of design, just from the point of view of, I don't necessarily think it's a bad design. I'm just not sure it fits in the whole of that space.
Yeah, Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. I support the comments made by Councillor Fenton here. This is a very large plot. One of the speakers told us you could fit 3 detached houses on it. And that's important. When we're saying, well, this is a very big house, it's a very big plot. We're losing 7 trees. There are 56 trees there. And as I understand it, you've said there are conditions to plant like for the trees that are taken out. I have no problem with the design whatsoever. I welcome new construction. And in this context, it's set so far back from the street and clearly lodged within all this, these trees, that I struggle to see that it would cause problems in the street scene, because I don't think it'll be seen very much. What I would say, though, is that I think the biodiversity, plainly there must be a lot of biodiversity on this site. It looks like the bungalow's been unoccupied for some time because it's got breeze blocks instead of a front door. So there's plainly stuff there that needs protecting. And I think if we do approve this, I think a lot of care has got to be made to ensure that we keep all that biodiversity and enhance it and not lose it. So in previous meetings, we've talked about swift boxes and making them standard for what we do. I think it should be the case on this building. And I would hope that officers will work carefully with the ecologists to really properly understand the value of this site to the local area and to ensure that that is protected and enhanced. And then I would be happy to support approval.
Sorry, I think Councillor Waters, you were going to come back on Danny's previously. Councillor Crawshaw's point previously, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I was going to say if it assists remove the refusal on the basis of design, but I would still keep in inappropriate materials.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, sorry, this is just a point of clarification, and it's just about separation distances again. So the nursing home, page 119, if I'm reading this correctly, says that the building is 15 metres from the offshoot buildings of the nursing home. But I then fail to see if that gap to the left of this design is if that gap is 15 metres from the rear elevation of the nursing home. I then can't see how it's 20 metres to the rear of number 49. Sorry, I'm not meaning that. I'm meaning just coming sort of straight down, whatever that building there is. Is that not the rear of the nursing home?
No,
or what's that gap? Is that gap much closer than?
That's the flat.
That's the flat, sorry.
Yeah, number 45 Heslington Lane.
Sorry, I've misread. So does it, sorry, where's the separation on that then? So that's much closer. .5 meters.
Yeah, 7.5 meters.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'll put my own views across. I think I'm more in line with Councillor Fenton and Councillor Bassey in terms of its setback from the road. There's relatively low impact on the setting in terms of seeing it from the frontage where the public view is of the property. It's not what I'd like to see there built myself. I'd love to see the whole site developed into functional affordable housing, but that's not going to be the proposal that comes forward. So we can only assess what we've got in front of us, and I think I probably personally fall more in line with that. Obviously, conditions wise, I agree, but we need to put those on before we tested any officer recommendation. But I'd be supportive of conditions both on ecology and permitted development rights for those who came forward.
Just make a point about the conservation area. So the conservation area is an area, whilst public views are from the street, for example, are very important. You still have to consider the impact on the conservation area as a whole. So even if you couldn't see it, you would still have to take into account impact on the conservation area.
Yeah, sorry, I think more in the trees and everything that are in the report, but you're right to pick it up. Okay. Councillor Melly, and then I'll come back to you.
I was just wondering, seeing as there's been discussions about design, whether we could please see the proposed south elevation larger. It's just very small in the papers. That's small on the screen as well. Because I think I agree with what's been said by Councillor Avilius and the resident number 49 about just the scale of that blank wall. In terms of design, that is a very large blank black area. Just the sheer scale of it is quite huge. It's the property nearby kind of what was it, southeast, where there's 4 properties. That's about the width of 2 of those, I think, substantial sized properties with no, as completely featureless. So I'm not sure I agree with the comments that have been made about the merits of the design. I think that particular aspect is not very good design, personally.
Sorry, Councillor Waters, you had your answer.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to what Gareth just said and tying it in with what Councillor Mellis just said. Gareth referred to it being a conservation area as something that is an area, whether you can see it from the roadside or not. Would Gareth join me in saying that the local authority has a statutory duty to protect and enhance conservation areas? And I would say to anybody around this table, do you really think that is enhancing the conservation area?
I wouldn't quite join you because that's not quite the wording from the Act. So Section 72 of the Act says that's a requirement. It requires that special attention be paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character and appearance of the conservation area. So that's the statutory duty that the local planning authority has to have regard to when making the decision. And then obviously there's the policy. National policy is set out elsewhere in the report under the NPPF in terms of balancing, assessing harms to significance, and then balancing that against any public benefits.
Not seeing anything else in terms of discussion. I think it's important that if we raise a question of what we're actually going to be voting on for an officer recommendation, we've had proposals for conditions for removing permitted development rights. Are people supportive of that to be put on to any proposal, any dissent to that? No, I think we can vote on
it. It's quite, because it's in the conservation area, it's actually quite limited what you can do under permitted development rights. It's pretty much just extensions to the rear, obviously outbuildings in the rear garden as well, but hard surfacing. But things like extensions to the roof or extensions to the side, two-story extensions are pretty much disallowed by the regulations anyway.
Right. We'll be safe and add it on. And then ecology traditional additions about Swift properties that we put on the majority of housing decisions. I think something we're happy to do.
We put them on one, the last, but there is a condition.
I've had them on now.
Okay. There is a condition, actually, condition 11, requiring a biodiversity enhancement plan. It does not, it doesn't specify. There is an informative that we can add, which we've got informatives about impact on species. What we don't have is an informative about what could form the basis of a biodiversity enhancement plan. So we could add that as an informative.
Councillor Crawshaw, please.
Just boxing off if it was to go for approval. I think page 30, condition 13, it's the same as we had on the previous application, that condition has been superseded by the building regs.
It's slightly different because it's, was the last building a commercial building? I can't remember now, so long ago. School. So the requirement for residential is possibly a percentage point higher than the building regs, but then also has, if you go to page 131, this how can I explain this? So this is this has been introduced into the policy to try and move towards future home standards before future home standards come in. Although it is caveated by saying if you can't do it, then come and discuss. So it's still a relevant condition when it relates to residential. In the policies as revised, it's been split more between commercial and residential than it was originally.
As long as it's going for the highest numbers that need to be high and the lowest numbers that need to be low, that's enough for me.
Yeah, we got that.
Councillor Fenton.
Just going back to conditions to be added, I mentioned the things that were recommended in paragraph 3.1 in terms of the first 10 metre driveway being the sealed surface and the provision of undercover and lockable cycle storage. Unless they're already in there as a condition anyway.
Yeah, they're already in as condition 8 and condition 9.
Excellent. Job done that.
Thanks. Okay. So currently we have the wording as it is, plus the condition for permitted development rights and an informative on ecology enhancements, including Swift boxes. Councillor Melly.
I'm just wondering whether the TPO tree near the border, but within the grounds number 49, maybe should be specifically mentioned in condition 5, just to be sure that the protection of that tree is included in. Just to be explicit that that tree needs to be protected, even though it's not within the curtilage of the site. So that when I can't remember what the wording of the condition is, that when the plan is approved in future, it definitely includes protection of that tree.
Yeah, with that, we can make that clear. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Considering those additions, would anyone like to propose moving the operator recommendation with those changes? Councillor Fenton. And would anyone like to second that? Councillor Hollier. Thanks for that. Now, if you would a multitude of changes, take us through the recommendation.
So the recommendation is that permission is approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the reports. And then a further condition for removal of permitted development rights. The amendment of condition 5 to specify that the requirements of condition 5 also refer to trees on or close to the boundary, or where the root protection zone would be in the site. Got some wording on that. And then the biodiversity informative. I already said that. The biodiversity informative.
Right, thanks.
Is that it? I think that's.
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
I think that covers everything. Okay, in that case, I see people who would like to vote for the officer recommendation with those changes, please. And those who would like to vote against. And those who would like to abstain, which is no one. 4, 4, 5 against. So in that case, the officer recommendation is not moved, and I will ask people to make proposals. I think we've had fairly clear proposals so far in terms of refusal. So if you want to start us off, Councillor Waters, in terms of where you're at with that.
Harm to conservation area, overdevelopment of the plot, loss of mature trees, and inappropriate materials.
Does anyone have any concerns with that wording? Does anyone like to support that wording? Do you have any comments on that wording? Starts off.
A couple. The harm to the conservation area, you have to specify what that harm is, really, what you find. What specific to the design and the proposals in front of you that would harm the conservation area. So that could be the use of inappropriate materials, and the loss of mature trees. If you feel, given that the trees being lost are being replaced, if you feel that's something that you can do for overdevelopment, again needs to be justified in terms of some harm, because I think officers would struggle defending an appeal suggesting that given the size of the plot, this would be overdevelopment, say too much development for the plot, too close to the boundaries, too high, too whatever. So I think you need to drill down into to what you feel is harmful.
Going into the harm of the conservation area without having the full conservation area appraisal in front of me, I'm just working off the two paragraphs you've got, 5.7 and 5.8. It's quite clear the long rear gardens are mostly inaccessible and undeveloped, and again interspersed with mature trees, and contribute to the character and amenity of the area, the conservation area. So any loss of that garden or any loss of those trees has got to be to the detriment of that conservation area, if you follow that statement.
Chair, can I, sorry to butt in again, but I think it's a legal point that I need to just convey to Gareth, who I'm sure is on this already, which is that for the decision refusal reasons, members also need to say whether or not the harm to the conservation area is substantial or less than substantial. And if it's less than substantial harm, they need to also determine whether or not there are any public benefits that outweigh the harm. And that's necessary, Gareth, isn't it, for the decision reason?
Yeah, Councillor. That's all right. Councillor Crawshaw, thank you.
So I think on that point, I don't think we would be able to justify anything other than less than substantial, but I think that there's no clear public benefit.
Yeah, the current house as it is could be brought back into use as a dwelling in many ways, or something in similar setting. So it's less than substantial harm, isn't it? But with no public benefit, I'd support that. Yeah. Okay.
But in terms of
sorry, little
members would.
It's not outweighed by the public benefit.
Yeah, members, well, that's the word. I've written it down. I just couldn't remember what I said. Yes, they can't not outweighed by public benefits.
We will of course delegate the full wording to yourself. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Councillor Waters.
So in terms of overdevelopment, from what we've heard from the neighbours, it's considered to be overdevelopment from what is currently there. And again, whether that becomes more overbearing because of the materials chosen.
My advice to members is not to use the word overdevelopment. If you consider the scheme is harmful to the conservation area because of the loss of the mature trees, the use of inappropriate materials, and the loss of the garden, or the erosion of the garden, to the detriment of the conservation area, then my advice is the word overdevelopment is superfluous, because it doesn't mean anything unless you have something to hang it on. And I don't think you've got anything to hang it on.
I'd be quite happy to accept that advice.
Councillor Melly.
Would the scale and massing not being subordinate as per the wording of or whatever it was earlier, in paragraph 5.8, is that it, rather than overdevelopment, is that a more appropriate wording? It's the scale and massing is.
I guess
not
that's slightly,
subordinate,
a slightly different issue. If members feel that it's not subordinate, then that could be wording that you could use as a in a refusal reason.
And the
Obviously
scale,
the report and what you've heard from officers is that we feel that it is subordinate, but you can take the converse view, the alternative view.
I think the scale and massing means that it's not subordinate. Quite clearly, if it's to do with the scale of development behind the frontages, I mean, you can see the frontage of number 49. There's no way this site at number 47 is subordinate to that. I also think.
I think members would.
Again, not overdevelopment, but the scale and massing would harm the character and appearance of the conservation area just due to the sheer scale of it.
Yes, we always use the word harm to the character and appearance because that's the wording you use in such circumstances. If you were concerned about the scale and the massing not being subordinate, then given that wording is taken from the conservation area appraisal, then that's a reasonable judgment. A reasonable judgment to use in terms of constructing a refusal reason. That's
people supportive of that, along with the impact of removal of trees on the conservation setting in the building and the garden.
I'd be supportive of that proposed wording.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think, I mean, it's been proposed. I think, has anyone like second this proposal? Yeah, Councillor Orrell, thank you. Broadly, can you take us through what the high level reasons for refusal would be?
So it's been moved refusal because of harm to the conservation area, not subordinate due to scale and massing. Further harm to the conservation area is loss of mature trees, use of inappropriate materials, erosion of the garden area. Yes, results in less than substantial harm not outweighed by any public benefits. And I would suggest that wording is in consultation with Chair and Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, that's satisfactory. Okay, can I see the hands of people who are for the proposal to refuse with that wording? And those who are against, and those who abstain. So that decision to refuse has been made and the application has been refused for those reasons. Thank you. We'll take a very short 1 minute break just to let people leave who've come for public participation and anyone who needs a comfort break, and then we'll pop back on. Okay. Welcome back for the final time. Thank you for everyone's time this evening. Apologies for having to wait for get through to this point, but we'll move on to the final item tonight, which is item 4G OS Field 0040 on Stamford Bridge Road. Could you please take us through the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. The application is for the erection of a general purpose agricultural building. The extent of the site is shown on page 155. Corresponds with the field to the center shot of that Google image. Site's in the Greenbelt, but as an agricultural building, it's not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. So up in this, sorry, I've got this back to front, here you go. So the proposed site plan, there's an existing access, which would be marginally improved. There's an existing track, which would be made up to a more substantial effect. And then the building is proposed in this corner by the hedgerow. I think you can see it is a very substantial hedgerow along the frontage there, and certainly on most of the boundaries of the site as well. The pile of rubble is pretty much the location of the building, and the track you can pick out there. There is a public right of way that crosses the site, and that's marked here. So a dotted line crossing the site, but the proposals are away from the line of the public right of site, which is outside the city centre. There's a lot of archaeology going on here. So Roman Road, the line of the old Derwent Valley Railway, and then there's another Roman road which cuts across the site. The building is away from those features, and the city archaeologist doesn't wish to impose any conditions on this application, which is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or clarifications on the plans? Councillor Waters, thank you.
I just wonder if Gareth could appraise everybody of why this requires planning permission, because if it was a landholding that was 12.5 acres, it would automatically qualify for agricultural permitted development rights, for want of a better phrase.
I'm presenting what's put in front of me. So the application was made. The officer made the assessment. I haven't looked into more detail about why it needs permission and why it doesn't need permission, I'm afraid.
If it was a regular sort of landholding of 12.5 acres, it would automatically qualify as an agricultural building under agricultural permitted development rights.
There are
class A, I think.
Agricultural permitted development rights exist, and depending on the size of holding, above 5 hectares, below 5 hectares, that gives you certain rights to build certain buildings. So the bigger the holding, the permitted development rights allow
because it's usually considered that for a holding of more than 12.5 acres, there would be justification for a building to go up, because you would need either farm machinery or the storage comparable for that sort of usage. This is one of the main reasons this was called in, because adjoining landowners and farmers in the area were querying why a building of such size was needed for a landholding this small And a building of such size alongside a main road into the city in the green belt, somewhat unusual.
Councillor Melly.
So that's a question for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a question, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I've got two questions, which I hope are both quick ones. Somebody from Dunnington Parish Council has registered to speak in objection, but the report says that no comments were received from Dunnington Parish Council. Can I just check that that's correct? The report is correct.
We double checked the records and yes, we couldn't find any record of a comment being made by Dennis.
Thanks. And my other question was about the Roman road to the northwest? The Thornthorpe and Moulton.
That runs along the route of the A166.
So it's like under the road, it's been developed over already.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks.
Just for reference, the speaker from Dunnington Parish Council isn't here tonight either, so we won't. It's down on the list, but they won't be talking. So, just to be clear.
Does that mean we don't know what the grounds of their objection were? We haven't got anything to take into account from them.
No, nothing was submitted, and they're not here to talk. Councillor Waters. Sorry.
If this follows through and members approve the officer's recommendation, condition 3, it states the building hereby approved shall only be used for agricultural purposes and no other purpose. Would that not be better saying the development hereby approved, because that also brings in the hard standing and the roads should be used for nothing other than agricultural purposes. One of the fears and one of the other reasons this was called in was because of the previous use of the site, which had a caravan, stable blocks, and you've seen the pile of rubble and rubbish. So I think it needs tightening up more than just saying that the building should be used for only agricultural purposes to the development, which is the hard standing as well.
I was just that the condition itself is perhaps a bit belt and braces because that's what they're applying for. So you grant permission for the scheme that's proposed, and anything that deviates from that is not authorized. So if you used it for storing, I don't know, cars or whatever, then that would need planning permission in its own rights. But having said that, we do sometimes put conditions on that aren't strictly necessary in order to be absolutely clear in terms of the parameters of what we're granting.
Okay,
I'll leave that to members.
I think we can discuss that if we feel necessary in the next stage. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. I will ask the person forward for public participation, please. We've got John Pollitt speaking in support for the application and the need for the building. You'll have heard it plenty of times already, but you've got 3 minutes. I'll give you a signal when 30 seconds. And I'll start the timer when you start talking, just at your own time.
This application, Mr. Houghton contacted me and said, look, I've bought a piece of land with enforcement on it with a tatty old caravan and buildings and that. And the sole aim is to start get into farming and create a small holding. What do I do about it? I said, the first thing you do is comply with the requirements of the enforcement, which is what he did. We had a problem part of the way through because to move the caravan, the guy that was going to move it couldn't do it for a week. We kept planning enforcement fully informed so that when they came out, looked at the site, said, fine, that's fine. We'll go forward from there. There's some old greenhouses and some old sheds and so on that the enforcement weren't bothered about, and they're still there, and a pile of rubble and so on. So we then moved on. Because of the history of the site, we want to make it clear what the site is going to be used for. Mr. Hilton lives locally. He lives in a house in York, but he wants to set up a small holding. So we want to make sure that by putting a proper planning application in, we'll let people know exactly what we're doing. And to that end, we've given a list of, materials that we need, a list of equipment to run a small holding. One of the comments that was made that was that I said that there could be vandalism on the site. There's a public access through the road, right through the site there. If it's your back garden, you say, what are you doing in here, mate? But when somebody's in there and there's something in that corner, like a tractor or a can of diesel, hey, we'll have that. I, for Williams trailer, we'll have that. So he wants a proper building to agricultural standards that is not much bigger than a normal Dutch barn, to be fair. So he's got a couple of bays to keep hay, The land is in quite a bad state, as you can see from the photographs. And what he wants to do is to strip it with weed killer, because there are weeds in there that are dangerous to the cattle and what have you. And this is, what we're trying to do is to actually create a small holding. And to be honest, when it was called in for enforcement, this is nearly over a year ago. And since then, sorry?
Got 30 seconds left.
Oh, sorry. The date on when it was called in is over a year ago. Since then, we've developed with highways and with people, like the drainage board and what have you, a working scheme. Originally, we were proposing road planners on the road. The drainage people weren't happy with that, so we employ a proper drainage engineer. Also, for the runoff from the farm building, we put a tank to cut water for the animals. But we also had a proper percolation test done for the runoff and what have you. At the moment, we've registered it as a small holding, but because of the lack of planning permission, at the moment, we've moved some cattle and sheep onto the site, and that's all we can do, because there aren't the proper facilities to store any materials, such as food and hay and what have you.
That's it, 3 minutes, if you can just finish up. We can finish what you were saying, sorry, but...
No. That is what we want.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that the planning committee would support somebody that wants to get off the bum, pay their own money, and provide stuff for the local economy, and give somebody a chance to get off the feet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I assume you're here as the applicant as well. Are you happy to answer questions as part of that? Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker or the applicant on this? Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for waiting all evening. It's been a long one, hasn't it? I think you've sort of alluded to it anyway, but I just wanted to just double check. So the building is for agricultural purposes. I'd sort of assumed it was for storage of equipment, but is it storage of sort of everything that goes with, or? Yeah.
I know a few farmers around there in the south, chat to them, and there's been quite a lot of machinery. There's been quite a lot of machinery and trailers and that, Nick, that's why I don't want to put anything there. Once I've got my building, I can put everything inside, I know everything's safe.
Yeah, and I think the hard standing that extends out from the building and up to the access point, your intention is everything's stored within the building and kept secure. It's not that you're thinking that there's other stuff going to be.
No, everything what is valuable will be kept in nice and neat and out the way of everything, not left up and down, like things clean and tidy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can't see any other questions, so if you want to take a seat again at the back, and we'll move on. Thank you. Following on that, does anyone have any further questions for officers before we move through to discussion? Councillor Waters.
Well, the obvious question is tidying that condition 3 up. Because it says the building hereby approved shall only be used for agricultural purposes. And then it goes on with the reasoning to ensure that the development complies with Greenbelt policy. I'm saying it should say the development hereby approved shall only be used for agricultural purposes and no other purpose. It covers more than the building.
Is that something that we can reasonably request?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, people supportive of that generally? Yeah, okay, we can tweak that way then, I think that's fine. Okay, does anyone wish to contribute anything in terms of discussion, or would anyone like to propose we move the recommendation? Councillor Crawshaw?
I propose we move the recommendation to the.
Yeah.
With subject to the.
Yeah, of course, yeah, we'll pick that up. And Councillor Rowell seconded. Okay, so there's the small amendment in relating to wording, otherwise.
Yeah, so the recommendation is to approve, subject to the 3 conditions set out on page 152 of the report, with the amendment to condition 3 to substitute the word building for developments.
Thank you. Can I see people votes for moving the recommendation, or for the recommendation? Those who are against and those who abstain. That means that the recommendation is passed with the amendment, and that was the final application of the evening. There's no further. Oh, sorry. Councillor Waters.
Just to make a point, because those 2 poor people have sat here for 5 hours. Can we, next time we've got an agenda like this, and especially when there's something like Environment Agency or paid professionals, shouldn't these smaller applications be moved first, just to get a throughput of people so that they don't have to sit here for 5 hours?
Yeah, well, I'm open to views on this, because Councillor Crawshaw, if you want to.
Well, just to let you know, there's some discussion that's been ongoing just about how we manage public participation in general. One of the things that we're very live to is exactly this sort of situation, and whether it's by doing timed points during the adjournment. So we say this application won't take place before such and such a time, so that then people know that they can turn up at 6 o'clock instead of 4:30 or whatever it might be. But I think it's clearly an issue, and it's clearly something that we need to address.
Yeah, well, I would hope the chair on behalf of the committee will apologise to these 2, because 5 hours is just outrageous.
Yeah,
sit here for like 5 minutes of.
Yeah, I've had the conversation ready, but oh well, apologise. Okay. Yeah, thanks everybody for your time. And we'll go on to